Welcome. We have a fabulous show tonight. Welcome all to Monday Night with PCI. I have our guest, Feeder Master Warren Elliot, drinking coffee and playing Blitz. Warren, welcome to the program. How are you?
I'm good. Thanks for having me.
Boy, it's my pleasure. I've been walking down the legends and you are undisputably one of the legends of Jamaican chess, my friend. And I have to ask, first question up, is it coffee or tea?
Oh, come on. It's coffee, man. Tea is definitely coffee.
Yeah, I know from Olympiad.
Chess travels to know that coffee is a necessity.
It's a necessity. Trust me, in those last hours of chess, sometimes this is the only thing that keeps our eyes awake, boy. But Warren, why chess? Let's just jump straight in it because we're all wondering, why chess?
The funny thing is, the easy answer for me is that because chess found me.
Alright.
I didn't know that I would have any form of liking for a sport like chess or anything like that until I was introduced to it, and it sort of, for lack of words, it found me. It was just a natural transition. I found myself doing it all the time and everything like that. So I wouldn't say like nowadays I advertise chess and I tell people all the benefits and stuff like that and why they should do chess. But to be honest, none of that was the reasons why I did chess. I just learned the game, I just found myself enjoying it and continued. So the answer is because it found me.
Okay, but you went to a chess school, so basically I know in Kingston you'd go KC in recent years, they got Jago. In my time it was Champion. But you came out of a chess school. What was the culture in Mobay? Because, yeah.
Well, the culture in Mobay at the time probably wasn't as big as it is, as it came to be. But at the time, when I just went to Cornwall College, by the way, the greatest high school, in Jamaica. But
why we'll have some dispute about that. But it's your night.
Let me just come off this interview right now. Cornwall College.
It's your night, Warren.
I learned there was this guy, Mr. Chin, who was a religious education teacher.
Mr. Chin.
And he was like the father of chess in Cornwall College. He ensured that anybody that came to the school from in first form, they were learning. And he got these set of six formers. You must know about Lincoln Cox and some of those guys.
Yeah, that was my time. Horton and Lincoln, Michael Watson. I remember that time.
Big competition with you guys when you were playing in school. So they went on a campaign to teach all the first formers chess, right? And they came there, they gave us a lecture, and it was an exciting thing because everybody in first form now was excited about the game. The interesting thing about it is that we loved it so much that we're playing every single day. As there was a break, we're playing. And the weirdest part is back in those days, we didn't have easy access to chess sets. As a matter of fact, it's rare that you would find a chess set. You'd have to borrow from somebody who had some antique set or something like that at home. But we were creative. What we used to do is we used to draw the pieces on paper, right? So we draw the board, the checkered board, and we draw the pieces. And when we capture a piece, we just rub it out, we erase it and draw back the piece there that we captured with. And we do that. We'd have books that are filled with chess pages. People don't know what's going on, but we're actually playing games, on those paper. So the culture was very vibrant at the time, and it carried through. So, if you teach the entire first form, you're going to have at least a few people, at least a class full of people that are really, really into it. And that carried straight through until I left the school. Cornwall College was really known as let's say they were supposed to be one of the top intellectual schools from that side. So something like chess, people naturally gravitated to it because we wanted to prove that we were. Unfortunately, there was a school called Manning's in the West.
which had Mark Holeness there. So
right,
Mark Holeness was there and Devlin Sinclair.
Yeah, man. So it wasn't easy to prove that we were the best, intellectually at least. It just reminded me of the Russia versus USA kind of battles.
Mm-hmm.
It was like that, a battle for intellectual superiority.
Okay. So Warren, just a sec. I see the great chess ninja in the house. Big up. I see one of your students, Stupies. How are you?
Oh,
Bahamas is in the house, so you know you're going international. Jloy, you know no mouse slips left for this week. You use up one already this for the week. So welcome to everybody who's here. And we have with us one of the greatest players in Jamaican history. And I can't tell you how much time national champion, because that will be one of the questions. So you better quickly go check your Google and everything. And you won't believe, looking how young FM Warren Elliot is, you'd never believe that how many national champs he has. So Warren, you learned chess at Cornwall. And you said chess found you. When did you play your first tournament?
Well, I don't think I played my first tournament until probably maybe about a year or so after learning, you know. Because, as I said, chess was more popular in Kingston, right? And I didn't meet the people as yet that were traveling to Kingston. And I'll tell you about that, I suppose, maybe a little bit later in the program, right? But maybe about a year or so after, we had this thing called ladder, right? And you would know it because in Kingston we also had the ladder league as well. So every Saturday is when we meet up by Cornwall College as well, and we would play what is called a ladder league, right? So that would last a couple months, you know, where you tally the points at the end of it. So you would come in and somebody would walk in and you just play them instantly, you know, and it's rated and everything. So that was probably my first tournament per se. And then after that, the great Michael Seaver was a national master at the time, and he was in Montego Bay helping out tremendously with chess in that side. And you know, he started to host these like Albion High tournaments, Montego Bay championships, all of those things. So, but technically my first tournament would have been a ladder league, and then when I started representing Cornwall, then I would have played in the school tournaments as well.
Who ran the ladder league? Because we had Humphrey Gale at our time. It was Seaver who ran it at that time?
At the time when I started, it was Michael Seaver. I mean, when Michael Seaver migrated, then Mark Holeness was helping a lot, along with another good friend of mine, older guy than me, Duan Williams. As a matter of fact, I have to big up both Duan Williams. You see that trio that I just mentioned? Duan Williams, Mark Holeness, and Michael Seaver. They were like if it wasn't for them, there would be no Warren Elliot for sure. They not only encouraged, sacrificed, they traveled with me wherever I needed to go. Because as a youngster, I mean, I couldn't afford certain things. And traveling to Kingston was even an expense. Some of the rural kids will tell you now how difficult it is. So you can imagine back in my times, right? And those guys would bring me anywhere that chess is that I needed to be. You know, they would give me material. I could go to their houses, train, stuff like that. So I just interjected to kind of big them up.
So Warren, here's the thing: you have the audience, big them up, because you need to really big them up.
Yeah, man. So I don't know. The only person I think might be here would be Holeness, would be Mark Holeness. But I mean,
don't worry, they'll be watching.
All I can say is thanks.
Yeah, man.
Yeah, the things that Mark did for me is, you know, amazing. Mark brought me to my first tournament in Kingston. Just traveled and I had to stay over at his house. His family welcomed me and everything like that. And he continually did that. Every Saturday me and Mark would link up. I could go over his house. We could work. We could play chess. I mean, it's just amazing. When I think back at it, you know, I wonder how on earth, you know, some of my most influential material was first given to me from Holeness as well.
Mark
it's funny because you and your early mentors, you developed their style. Me and Holeness are polar opposites.
Yeah, and Mark is one of the quiet heroes of Jamaican chess. One of the people who have helped to develop so many of us in Jamaican chess, because if Mark was who started me out, so Mark actually stole me on my first champion team. So as a third former Warren, I was sitting down playing, and up comes a sixth former standing up, watching me play. He holds on, he waits until I'm finished, and then he says to me, "Come, you're going over by the sixth form block to play some people." And I was like, no, because 6 form block you get beat up when you're a second or third former. You can't walk over there, Mark said, no, come. And he carries me over there to play the 6 formers. I actually lost the match, nervous at that time, and I won one, drew one, and I think I lost 2, something like that. And Mark still kick off the 6 former and said, this second former is the future chess. I put him on my team, even though I lost the match. So had Mark not done that, boy. So Mark is one of those quiet heroes of chess. Warren, is the name of this thing is Coffe and Blitz. I know you're drinking coffee, but we have those youngsters out there that can't wait to get a piece of you. And tonight, you're going to play Blitz till you're full. So what we do, we start off always with the youngest players in the audience. I think we have a 9-year-old and an 8-year-old in the audience. If there's a younger one, tell us. But we start off first with those. The next youngest person, shout out your age in the crowd, and you will be challenging Warren next. So Warren, head over to Lee Chess. And your first challenge. So your name is Warren Elliot on Lee Chess. So first person, Max, send your challenge in. Then Ronak. I say Rohit. So, and John is not telling the truth. Your first 4 challenges in the order will be Max to, when that is finished, Ronak, then Rohit, and then Jloychin. Then we come and look on your first game. So Max, please send that challenge. While we wait, Warren, Avatar Chess, that don't sound too good. So while we set up, let's just quickly have 30 seconds while we set up, guys. So Warren, go over and let's set up.
So I'm there now, I'm on Lee Chess now, but where do I go? I just wait?
Yeah, the challenge should come in. If not, then you can send the challenge to Maxthemaster, I think 242. So Max should be sending through.
Well, this is it set me up, Jomo, man. This is the best time for people to beat me, you know, when I'm semi-retired.
When you're semi-retired, that's the only time. Well, Warren, that's the correct time.
It's the best time.
Alright, so let me send you to Spencer. So Max is eager and waiting and asking, what's the username? So you should be seeing that anytime now.
Alright, great. Who is Max?
So Max is the under 10 champion of Bahamas. So he was one from Game of the Week last week. He was one of the nominees. John won, but he was second. So it won't be that simple a task for you, Warren. You're going to have a fight.
I don't think it's gonna be a simple task.
Alright, I'm not sure who ChessChamp J is, but if that 8 is so, we have to get somebody validated. We know Avatar Chess is 14, so that's not so. And Baptist, we have to multiply your own by 2.
John, we play every day, man.
Come on, ChessChamp. Yeah, man, ChessChamp, you're next. So you'll challenge as soon as this one is finished. I'm not sure which purple, but your purple shirt, Warren. Wolmer's in the crowd shouting out that you're not representing them.
No, it's the camera. What happened is the camera is not so good. It's actually, you know, red. It's kind of maroonish, you know. So it's not. It's just that when the blue, you know, when red and blue kind of goes together, it has this purple effect. Definitely not purple, I'll tell you that much.
So Warren, can you challenge Maxthemaster? I think 242. So challenge him. He said he's having some difficulty challenging. Maxthemaster 242. Yeah. I think you have to put it as casual. That might be why he's having difficulty. The difference in rating might be there. So we play 3-2.
Oh. So Maxthemaster 242, right?
Yeah, man.
Oh wait, I think it's a challenge coming now. Oh no, that's not it. Alright, let me see. Max the Master 242. Alright, I see that.
3-2.
And then
challenge at 3-2.
So I challenge to a game, and then I put it Variant or casual.
Casual.
And then the time limit is
3-2.
I don't see where I can put the time limit though.
Alright, so
time control, unlimited, real time, or correspondence. I don't see any option for 3-2.
Alright, so while Warren works that out, Ronak, can you send that challenge to him? So we'll work that out. And if Ronak is there, ChessChamp, send that challenge. Real time, Jloy is saying to tell you real time.
Oh, but real time?
Yeah.
Alright. So let's try that again.
So you're getting these youngsters eager in a war, and the longer you let them wait.
Well, you can tell that I'm not playing a lot when I'm not used to all of this interface and stuff like that. So they have good reason to be eager. Alright, so I see now real time, and I put it to 3 minutes.
With 2 seconds.
With what, 2 seconds increment?
Yeah, man. So I see in the house DaddyStrenngth FM Rhyme Glaves. Big up. Hope you enjoy the program.
And then any color, right?
Any color. Random color.
Alright, cool. I think I've sent it.
Alright, so Maxi should be seeing it. And here we go with the first of the Blitz for the night.
Alright, guys, so let's start a little casual and see. Let's play some, I don't know, normal chess.
You have him nervous already, Warren. He normally plays Queen's Gambit accepted. So he says he's coming to beat you tonight.
He planned a little surprise for me. I'm probably in trouble now and don't even know it.
Why, with these youngsters, anything possible, man.
Exactly.
National Champion Shiraz Hill.
The setup looks a little strange. Let me go with this.
Alright, and they're wondering what going through your head, Warren, so you have to give them some of the commentary. Let them into the secret that is Warren Elliot.
I just thought I'd push that knight to the corner of the board. Now I'm really pondering if I should actually just go ahead and give up my bishop pair to take it. Oh boy, I don't like giving up my bishop pair at all, you know, but that looks like the thing to do. Alright, let's go with it and see what happens. I definitely don't like giving up my bishop here, but that damaged pawn structure looks like it should come to something. So what I should probably do now is just finish and castle. Yeah, I think I'll just do that. Let me just castle. Get that king out the center. And then take it from there. Alright, so this is Blitz now, so I might need to move a little faster. So, hey, so what's happening is that I think, to me, White should be slightly better because he has the better pawn structure, control of the center, and I think I'm going to develop some play on the queen side now. However, he does have compensation because he has the bishop pair, and if he could somehow find a way to open up the game, those bishops might haunt me. So I'm trying to keep things closed up now for now. Try to block out his pawn breaks. And I see he's trying to go for one now, I'm not sure. But let me just put my pieces on good squares. I think the rook belongs on that open file. We should just put it there. I'm going to try to find some way to target that A or C pawn. I'm not sure how I'm going to do it yet, to be honest. Alright, so now I need to find a plan. Really love to get my knight into that C5 square, but I can't see a way to do it. So let me just overprotect E4 a little for now. These guys are good, man. No clear blunders or anything.
No, and remember, 9 years old, 8 years old, that's what you're starting off with.
Yeah, yeah. Right. So it's doubling up on that pawn. So I definitely need to start doing something pretty soon.
So,
all right.
So Raheem
I should
later.
have tapped the pawn. I think. Yeah, go ahead.
No, I was telling that the audience that later on they'll get a chance to challenge. So back to you.
Okay.
Warren.
So like I said, my original plan was to find a way to get that knight into c5. It looks like a good work. So I kind of had to overprotect e4 with the rook. Now I'm trying to get it in there. I don't know if you'll allow me. But if I do get it in there, somehow I think I should be positionally better. a5 is a very good move, I think. It gives him some play on the queen side, so I like that move actually. Here I have a little tempo on the queen, so I think this pawn center should be pretty good.
Why is living dangerously giving you those pawns, Warren?
Yeah, I don't think giving me those pawns was such a good idea. No, I think I probably should be able to get that pass pawn moving. I wonder if I should allow him to capture. Nah, probably need to get those pawns moving right out. So let's do that. I'm gonna see if I can target the weaknesses that he has. Try to speed it up a little. He definitely has counterplay. He has his rook on the b file that could cause me some trouble. Trying to see if I can hit the a pawn and the e pawn at some point in time. There's any strange idea where I could try to trap his queen with like a knight coming over to g5. It's possibly, you know. Alright, well I'm not sure. This looks like a free pawn, and like Davey would say, or is it Raglan that would say, is that a pawn?
Yeah man, Davey. So big up Davey's in the house also, but I've been hearing that around the Caribbean. Raggy, is that a pawn? So Damien have some catchphrases right now, boy, that, oh dear, and that's, yeah, dropping the rook with 0 seconds left on the clock. Yes, Stewie, is that a rook? So well done.
No, but he's playing pretty good. You know, I'm very rusty, but hey, this guy looks like he has some serious potential.
Yeah.
You can always have talent when people don't make exorbitant blunders from early, you know, and this blunder obviously is a time pressure blunder. I don't think he would drop his rook normally. Yeah. So yeah, talented kid.
Yeah, and as I said, from Bahamas, so Bahamas has a talented one out there that within the next couple years I figure will become a master. Now we go to our under 10 champion, and remember guys, we start off with the youth because that's our future. So we start with the youngest members of audience, and then after that we throw questions out and anybody can challenge after that. So Ronak, can you send the challenge please?
Alright, I think he sent it. He sent standard. Just go ahead and play it still.
Which one? Is it 3-2?
Yeah.
Then play.
Oh, alright, so I'm white again. I need to mix it up a little bit. Let me go with e4 for this time, you know? Play some different things. Maybe I can get a sharper game. Oh, the French. This is slowly taking over Jamaica.
I'm proud of that one.
Yeah, indeed. It started it all with yourself and then Mikhail and all those guys. I mean, even I had my little time, you know, in this French business. So I'm done in studies for a while, so I don't even know if this is an acceptable way to be playing chess against the French, but we'll see. might have eased up the center pressure a little too early. But he has some plans to pressure on D4. Alright, I'm gonna go with an unorthodox kind of move here. Actually no. Alright, let's just play now. Ronak is gone with my center already, man. Alright, I think the crowd wants some excitement, so I'm gonna gambit a pawn here. Probably shouldn't, but looks like it could be interesting. Yeah, I'm still gonna give it up. Alright, so he doesn't want it. I guess I might have to keep it after all. You know what? I think I'll still give it up. E6 pawn should offer me some compensation. Guess I probably just need to be playing a little bit faster. Alright, so he really didn't want that pawn at all. Alright, so let me play in the center. There's still a sacrifice. I think he can still capture the pawn on D4. I don't know if there's any compensation, but it just looks like my knight belongs in the middle there somehow. I think that might be a blunder though, because I'm not sure where his bishop is going to go, where it doesn't get captured. I might have a queen h5 kind of idea afterwards, but I just have to watch my f2 pawn. I think maybe I'll just sack it. Whoa! No, I don't think he needed to give it up as yet, Ronak. He could have played bishop h4, I think, and put some pressure on f2. And then I'd have to sack or something, but alright, I guess I have to take it. Alright, so now my f2 square does look a little funny, so I still have to be careful here. And there's no easy natural way to cover it. I mean, if I go queen e2, I might end up with some knight d4 kind of business. So this is one of the times where you have to just admit that, look, the square is weak, and you just have to move back your rook and protect it. Alright, so I've been talking, so I realize I'm moving a bit slow. I'll try to see if I can pick up the pace a little bit. There comes Ronak with all the activity. So let me move my bishop back. Not sure he has enough compensation yet, but I really have to be careful.
Boy, Warren, you brought out some people that said Jared in the house, man, from that excellent Arden team. So
yeah. Oh, that was a epic.
That was an epic team, man. One of the best ever teams to play local chess.
Yeah, sure. And it goes to show sometimes that in chess, the strongest team doesn't always win. Let's just say that.
Yeah.
Ronak is playing very well. I think I might have to start maybe mixing it up a little bit now, because he's doing pretty well, and that rook is gonna come over and cause me all kind of problems. So let me try to switch.
And the 11 and 12-year-olds waiting on you right now, you know, Warren. These are the 9 and 8-year-olds. The 11 and 12-year-olds waiting right now. Damian, a couple weeks to your own, you know, Damian. So those one move checkmates have to work out.
Yeah, man, for sure. Alright, so I need to play pretty fast. So let me try to speed it up. Alright, 24 seconds. I have to just move very fast now. Stop all the checkmates. And then worry about the rest later. Ooh, there's one nasty one already. A nice move. I like that move actually. So now I'm defending, but I don't think he should have taken there. I think he should have kept the queens on the board. That would probably make it a little bit more challenging to fight. But I think he's just playing for speed now. And rightfully so. I mean, I haven't managed the clock too well at all. Alright, I think I'll take the 2 pieces. Should be alright for me. I just need to make a few fast moves to just get out of this time trouble situation. I'll just make a few quick moves here. Just maneuver the pieces around and hopefully something will happen. Why the rush really shows on the clock, man.
I see DaddyStrenngth saying that, but don't worry, he'll get his chance tonight.
I'm not even sure what DaddyStrenngth is talking about. I play him quite a lot of times.
Big up Harper, happy to see you. Definitely happy to see you.
Try to set a little net here. I think I kind of fell into it.
Alright. So,
what's the quickest way to mate?
alright, Rohit and Jloy, get ready. So once he's finished, Rohit, send your challenge, and then Jloy. You getting that roast off? First 2 games, you getting that roast off?
Ronak, I know very well. Ronak is pretty much a student as well. So I know Ronak is a serious player.
Yeah, and you
know, it's a roast.
Rohit, no, so it's getting a little more serious for you.
Wait, so why do I play white all the time?
I'm not sure, but enjoy it right now.
Yeah. Whoa, alright, the guy goes with this.
You can see the train back, eh?
Yeah. Just try to play normal. Try not to put in any funny business. And you take passive position just not to get in any
just not to get my prep on your body.
Yeah, we have some extreme in this setup here. So yeah, I'll just try and play normal, where I don't get myself in any nastiness. But I think I have to play these guys a bit faster than normal, because rust doesn't help when these guys are on form. So the triggering can be a very dangerous weapon, played by Morozovic a lot. So we have to be very careful with this setup here. If you don't know what you're doing, black equalizes and probably even gets an advantage sometimes. So you have to be very careful.
And he's a free-flowing attacking player, so it fits Sinboy.
Yeah, for sure. For sure. He's looking like he's trying to open up lines and everything already on me, so...
Don't let him see a king in a brethren. Don't let him see a king.
Alright, with that in mind, then maybe I should just play a little H3 move right there, right?
Give him a hook to suck on, thank you.
Oh boy. Alright, so I'm sure black has probably equalized. And now I have to be careful as to what decisions I make. I'm going to make a very unorthodox decision here, and I'm going to go for a swap. It's not supposed to be good because my bishop is supposed to be better than his bishop, but it's kind of active and I want to put my rook on b1 at some point, so I went with that move.
We'll have a program for that, Nash. Don't worry, that will happen soon, but it's about them today. Johnston, when the questions get thrown out, you'll get to challenge. Warren?
Yes. Sorry?
No, man, do your commentary. We're all interested in what's going through your head.
We just played a very good move. He's trying to jump into c4, and I really don't want to play passive and move my knight back to d2. So yeah, I kind of like that move that he did. So now I'm trying to see how I can be active while still covering c4. I don't think I can find any way, so I'm just going to learn to get in there. I can't do anything about it. So let me go here.
So yesterday, Warren, he took out 2 players over 2200 yesterday, so careful. Careful.
Alright, good. Don't need to tell me twice. So you know, when you're old and semi-retired and things like that, I mean, you try to start playing positional. Like, you know, in my younger days, I'll probably never be getting any games like this. It will be all dynamic, sack, and everything.
Well, they're going to see it soon. Damian, if you're playing a what, it's to see you playing properly. You know the systems I love seeing you play. The new Damian who tries out an orthodox thing is so entertaining though. So entertaining.
Indeed. I hope Damian is not going to be doing anything like that in the future. You know, we have plans to be training in Damian.
Warren is drinking coffee, of course. So definitely coffee. You know the show is coffee and Blitz shade. So the coffee in the house.
Alright, I think I just need to speed it up. Rohit is playing very, very well. And I figure if I up the speed a little bit, maybe I'll have a chance. So let me keep the pieces on the board. Let's try to play fast from here on out. Try to catch up the speed, and then maybe later on when I have more time to think, I can come up with a plan. But no, while it's on his move, I am trying to see how I can target that b7 pawn. So I played a4 to prevent b5, but maybe I should play a5 first, but it's hard to play that. Let me just go ahead and attack the pawn. I think my play is going to come on the queen side. That's the only place I can really play. So probably have to try and open up some lines around there now. And see how it turns out. I created a few weaknesses. Oh, wow. Wow. Not bad at all.
He's not afraid of anybody, Warren. Them young boys.
Alright, let me just take. I don't know what's going on, but I figure I have to take. So there's a little pin on his pawn. If I could put enough pressure on it, I probably could win it, but I don't think I can find a way to put enough pressure. So I'm going to go in the end game and then try to pressure the c pawn. Should I keep queens on the board? Probably should. I probably should keep queens on the board. Yeah, but my king side looks a bit weak. Sorry, I'll keep it on the board for the entertainment. I think in a proper game I really should take. But let me try and see if I can get it complicated enough to cause some trouble. Alright, that's good. You saw that I had a little cheeky trick there. I think I better start putting some pressure on that pawn. Alright, that's a nice move. Alright, I'll probably go by the other way and double up. Or triple up. I think I should triple up on that pawn. has to be careful because I have some funny 95 ideas that he has to worry about. But with time running out now, it's just about speed. So I'll just play a few quick moves. Again, try to catch up on time. Let's put some pressure all over. Let's see what can come out of it. Yeah, and unfortunately he was playing so well, but blundered in the time pressure. Alright, that's how it is sometimes. It's chess. Now that I'm out material, I think it's a good time to try and just get the pieces off the board. I'm saying a clear plan to do that, but yeah, the way things are going, man, this rust is showing like nothing.
Well, I don't know, boy. These youngsters are also playing very well. We have one more challenge before we go over. I have a question for you. So, guys, once you want Warren to answer the question, you have to put it in caps that it stands out for us. So, for you, Warren, who was your chess idol? So, I know the second part is one of the questions because you have one of his games tonight. But who was your chess idol locally? And also, who was your chess idol internationally when you were young?
Alright, so my chess idol when I was young was definitely Mikhail Botvinnik. Botvinnik was the leader of the Russian school, and he developed this famous Botvinnik school. But how I really became came to like his games and like, you know, his approach to chess was I got a book called Botvinnik Master of Strategy. That was probably one of the only books I read from cover to cover. It was Botvinnik annotating his games and telling you his thinking patterns and how he used to approach chess. And I was very, very much attracted to the scientific approach that he had to studying chess, to building you know, strength and everything. So I studied those games back and forth, and I learned a lot of positional stuff from him, and I continued to do that. I mean, even up to recently, I always glance a bit back at Botvinnik's game. So when I was younger, I mean, before, you know, modern masters and stuff, Mikhail Botvinnik was definitely the guy that I looked up to. Locally, when I was young as well, I managed to go down to Manning's, I think it was, and there was an East versus West match that was going on, right? Yeah. At the time, I mean, I was a youngster and I think I was playing on one of the junior boards, but there was a match between Devlin Sinclair and Shane Matthews, right? And Shane Matthews is playing Shebin Ingen as black. And that was one of the most dynamic games I saw up to this day. I mean, I wish I had that game in notation. It was filled with sacrifices, dynamism, counters, and so on. And at that time was the first time I was introduced to Shane Matthews. So at that early stage, I mean, I recognized that, hold on, this guy must be a serious player. Because I'd only known players from the Western end, right? So from I learned about Shane through seeing that game, I've always kind of looked up to him, and it managed that when I got into Kingston, I really got to know who he was a little bit more. So as an early youngster, I suppose I'd list Shane Matthews. When I started to study games though, because Enos Grant used to send out material to Montego Bay, and Michael Seaver would collect them, and then we used to have a newsletter. And
Newsflash.
Newsflash was the name of it,
Newsflash.
And it was all that we were getting in Montego Bay. So whenever that come, it was like gold. You know, like when you're a kid and children's zone come and you're running to get the children's zone, it's the same thing. And those little booklets come.
I remember.
It can't be more than 8 pages. And they had a lot of annotated games in it and so on of our local players. And one player I became very attracted to as well was one Neil Fairclough.
Okay.
And you can see that my attraction is to players of more of the dynamic nature, right? And Neil Fairclough used to play some very dynamic chess. Coincidentally, later on in my life, a lot of the people that I was attracted to locally, I ended up playing systems that they used to play. You know, in my early days, I used to play the Chevy Engine.
Yeah.
That was down to Shane, you know, because I saw him play it and it looked, you know, dynamic. And then Neil Fairclough, this is coincidental though, but Neil used to play the Special as well. I didn't decide to play the Special because of Neil, but it was just coincidental that some of my favorite players, I ended up playing systems that they used to play. So I suppose I'd say Shane and Neil in my very early days of chess and Botvinnik. Later on, those persons that I looked up to changed, but nevertheless, in my early days, that was the question.
Yeah.
Yes, it was them.
Okay, brilliant. So Jloy, after Warren goes through his first game, then you challenge first. I'll tell you when. So Warren, Shane spoke about his 90s team in Istanbul, 2000 team, where he saw some youngsters there and he looked across, he said, and he saw no fear. And what was interesting to me was that he said this tournament and you immediately go and your favorite game come from Istanbul 2000. And that was really interesting when I saw that, because it's just how history coincides. And I tell all of the youngsters, if you have chess base, go back to that Jamaican team, the first time that we had that team coming together, and look on the games of Istanbul 2000, where the magician led the young Turks in that tournament. So Damien, so the challenges will be later on. So Warren will now go through his first game, and this is against Klerides. So explain to us, why is this your favorite game, Warren?
First of all, I'm gonna explain it, but I'm not seeing where I can actually what we had.
Yeah, man, it's there. So go to.
Oh, I think I might have closed the window when I was playing or something.
Alright, so you just go back, and once you go back and go in, you'll have access.
Alright.
So while you do that, just tell us about this game. Why this game?
Alright, so I can't say to you that this was one of the best games I played. I think since then, and probably even before then, I played many more games where people would say, hey, yo, this is a really good game. But this game is very impactful, and to me, because of a comment that a very famous grandmaster made immediately after the game. So we're playing against Cyprus, and at that time, one Kotronius. You guys don't know that name, you probably should Google it and think. Kotronius was one of the top grandmasters in his heydays, and he went on to write some books, and you know, a lot of people look up to him as a very strong player. I think he's from Greece, if I'm not.
Yeah, he's born in Greece, but he played for Cyprus at that time.
He played for Cyprus at that time, and he was a grandmaster on board one. So I'm playing against Klerides, and I'm telling you, this was one of the most intense games that I played in my life. Intense because of the length of it. It was a very long game. Intense because it was the last game to finish and there were people hovering over the game. Intense because none other than Kotronius was there, you know, kind of intimidation. He was walking, pacing back and forth. I think he was the captain. Yeah. And intense because we needed points from that game. Yep. To win the match as well. Yep. And these guys, they don't look on Jamaica as anybody that should be taking any points from them. So Klerides is pushing, he's trying his hardest, you know, to win. You have a grandmaster on your team, you don't want to disappoint them, right? And he's pushing really hard to try and win this game. But what made it such impactful is that after I somehow managed to win the game, Kotronius came over to me and he said, youngster, you're going to be a grandmaster. And you don't understand. I mean, now if somebody tells me that, I probably laugh, I probably shrug, I don't. But in the moment, as I don't even remember how old I was then, but I was very young. Yeah. And to hear that from another grandmaster, it made such an impact on me that at that moment I decided, hold on, man, you need to take this chess serious. It gave me this sort of confidence, you know, coming from somebody that is well respected, you know.
So,
and to hear his reasons is another thing. But
so during the
that's
game,
why I chose this game, because it was one of the major ones that had an impact on me, at the time, and it pushed me to try and fulfill that dream.
So in the game, Warren, he kept on analyzing, because my game was finished and I was a Jamaican standing there with him, and he kept on saying this young man can play, this young man can play. And I remember even when the game wasn't over, Cochonas looks on me and says, congratulations, it's finished. And I'm like, no, and he said, no, it's finished, he will finish it. So it is a serious memory when you talk about it, and one that I'm happy you chose this game. So walk us through, Warren, walk us through.
Right, well, I was trying to find back how I went to there. I don't know if you want to...
Alright, so are you in the study?
Yeah.
Alright, so once in the study, you're at chapter 1. So while you do...
No, sorry, I'm in the study.
Chapter 1.
You're in study,
Mm-hmm.
but I don't see the one that you had sent me to.
Alright, so use the link. Remember there's a link. If not, I'll play through for you. So you had a link in your messages.
Mm-hmm.
Are you seeing it? The quickest way, Warren, would be to go to...
yeah, I think I remember where it's
Alright, good.
Yeah. Alright, great. So I'm there. And I'm on it now.
Okay.
Alright, so like I said, at the time, I wonder if I should flip the board so I can see it more from my side. But it's alright, I'll just play through anyways. At the time, I'm playing black, and I think it's that Olympiad, if I'm not correct, I think it's before that Olympiad that we decided to start taking the Sveshnikov seriously. For those who don't know, I mean, at the time, me and Jomo were training partners. Jomo was very influential in my development. I figure I'll have time to talk about that a bit more. I want to talk about my earlier influences. But anyways, I just said that to put it in perspective, that me and Jomo, we did a lot of studies, a lot of work on the Sveshnikov at the time. And at the time, the Sveshnikov was not a popular opening. Now it has become extremely popular. So even Magnus Carlsen is playing it, and it has become double popular since then. But at the time, the Sveshnikov was not popular. And in Jamaica, Orin Thompson, one of our stalwarts of chess, was one of the main persons who played it before my time, because I don't even think I met Orin, right? But I saw his games, and I knew that he played the Sveshnikov, and along with Neil Fairclough every now and then. So we decided to put in some work on it. It was fresh, it was exciting, and I got a chance here to play it against Klerides. So it starts off e4, and the Sveshnikov is a Sicilian, starting with knight c6, and it's defined by this move here, e5. You look through my games, you're going to see this played a lot. It's one of my favorite openings. It has brought me many successes. And we were armed with original ideas when we were studying the Sveshnikov.
So
I'll tell you,
one of the games,
you talk about this game later.
One of the games that I put as my favorite is when the home analysis played out. And how do you pronounce that Ukrainian girl? She then became world champion. She captured this game, and then reproduced it in the world championship. So for me, so you'll see that game, because Georgie actually had it and showed them, and they reproduced our entire analysis. Right.
Another story. Well, you must have known the story when Kasparov is playing against Shirov, and we have original novelties, and when you look, Kasparov reel out the Sveshnikov. He has never played the Sveshnikov before in his life. Kasparov is a made-up person. I was wondering if the man come look in our library or something like that and drop one of our novelties against Shirov and beat Shirov, right? So of course nobody's ever going to say, boy, that was Mr. Elliot's novelty, or that was Jomo's, that was our word. Nobody's going to say
what was
a famous
what was funny is that the Ukrainian school used a number of our novelties, and even with when I can't pronounce the name, they have it in the typing. Even when they dropped it, I got the message just before it was dropped from Georgia and his people that sorry, we're going to use this Joe, but we need to use it, because I had showed it. And it was amazing watching in the World Champs, one of the novelties we worked out to draw being played and played move for move right up until the end. So it was really fascinating.
Amazing. And what's amazing more about is that our studies is in the era when you didn't have these strong chess engines and that much material. I mean, you had books, but you didn't have like chess base and all of those.
We sat down and just analyzed.
Yeah. Alright, so let's move from the opening. So he's playing one of the very main lines against the Sveshnikov. You probably realize that one of the weaknesses of it is that this square on d5 is very weak. So he took away that knight and then planted his on the weak d5 square. This is all a theory at the time. So I went and played f5. Nowadays I think bishop g7 is a little bit more popular. But nevertheless, f5 at the time is what I was with. I think you changed the trend and started.
Yeah, I went bg7. Yeah.
So f5, one of the main lines as well, and it was bishop d3. Of course, now I go bishop e6. That way, if he takes on f5, I'm grabbing that knight on d5. This is all theory at this point, but now he goes and plays queen h5. Now, queen h5 was all the rave in that time, and we had come with a very strange move at the time. Now, it turns out that it's actually the main line. Kramnik, popularized it in his younger days when he was playing the Sveshnikov. Here, we ignore the attack on h7, we ignore the attack on f5, and play this move rook to g8. Like I said, we did a lot of hope analysis. So I'm not sure if he was aware of this idea. I didn't get to ask him afterwards or anything. But it's good to see something that we're looking at come on the board. Of course, bear in mind that theory has moved way past this game. So some of the moves you see play might not be the optimal move, but in our time, this was what we were analyzing, right? So rook g8 is hitting on the g2 pawn. And it's saying, hey, I know my king is in the center, but the whole idea of the Sveshnikov is to create counterplay with all the open lines that you've created. So I go rook g8, attacking the pawn, and he protects it with g3. Nowadays, I think the main line is probably something like knight d4, but at the time, this was what we had looked on. So I rush this queen. Again, he could take the pawn on h7, but there's a variation where the rook goes back to g6 and then attacks it at h6, and the queen can't come out. So he took it. I took here, and then I moved the knight back to e7. So now I'm attacking the pawn on d5. I'm also protecting the one on f5. Like I said, these days main lines is knight d4, but we're doing our thing back then. So I go c3, and I clap the pawn here. And already there's a little mini trap here, because you can't actually take on f5, because there's a tactic. If I move these pieces, I'll be able to get back to the game, right, Jomo?
Yeah.
Alright, so if he takes, just to show, I mean, if he grabbed here, then there's a tactic here to win the piece. I wonder if anybody could see it in the crowd. It's an easy one. Alright, I can't tell if anybody's typing anything, but I'm not sure.
They're all waiting for you to show them.
Yeah, so I have knight f6.
John shows it as soon as you play it. John sends it to you.
Alright, John, we know that you're extremely tactical. Good. It was just a little mini tactic in the mix of things. But he didn't go for that. He castled on the queen side. Now, obviously, it was a little bit dangerous to castle on the king side, because my rook is over there, and I could easily probably open up lines with f4 and so on. But castling on the queen side did look a little strange to me. Like I could find some ways to open up lines over there. So I was already thinking, how on earth am I going to get enough play to compensate for the fact that my king is still in the center and his queen is over there? So first thing I dealt with the issues of the queen by trying to run it away. So it goes here, and I play e4. I mean, later on, it turns out that maybe I should have immediately gone with something like b4, just to open up the king. But I was a little bit worried about that pawn on f5. So that's why I went ahead with e4 to get rid of it. So it goes rook e1, pinning my pawn, and I started to rush back his queen even more. I think in my head I was saying, if the queen is not around the king side, then I should have free time to try and explore some form of queenside attack. So I went bishop a6. I don't think that was the best move. Again, maybe b4 was probably better, and then to push in the middle. But I was just going with the initiative, just trying to attack. In my younger days, it was all about, attack, getting to the king. And I advise that youngsters, you should really pay attention to, the initiative, use of the initiative, trying to study how to maintain peace play when you have the initiative. So bishop a6 tries to do that. But in the mix of things, my king didn't look so healthy in the middle. So I moved it off to f8 and coming out of that pin. So it goes bishop e2, attacking my bishop, my rook, and I swing it, and now he has some interest in play with my rook looking kind of funny. And he goes f4. Now, this was one of the first moments that I think I was probably a little bit proud of. I used to do this before, right? I used to study this thing called informants. Informants back in the days used to be just games of world grandmasters, like best games and stuff like that, right? And I used to notice a lot that the grandmasters used to sacrifice their exchange a lot. Like a lot of times they just put a rook somewhere, piece takes it, and they're playing down the exchange. And I used to look at a lot of those games trying to understand the dynamic play between rook versus minor piece. So here I would consider this something brave to just decide to just give away my rook for the bishop. I can't tell you that computers will definitely agree with this type of idea, but at the time I really loved those dynamic play of minor piece versus a major piece like a rook. So now I'm already threatening knight f2. I'm downed material, but I have some dynamic play. His king still looks a little bit funny, and I do have the center even though the rooks are on it, and I have this massive bishop that's attacking along there. So if my king can be safe, I think maybe I could get through to his king before he's able to get through to mine. So he goes rook d5, attacking my weaknesses, and I have no time to protect that. I have to start with the initiative now. So of course, b4. b4 is a nice move, trying to pull open the king side. If he doesn't take, obviously I'll take, and I'm attacking his knight anyways. So he grabs it, and now I have the line, the bishop line, completely open all the way to the end. So now I just need to find a way to put some pressure on it. And I went with queen b6 at this point. So he protects the pawn, goes knight back, and then initiative again. I have to just go with every piece that I have on it. There's an interesting variation here, I think, if he takes the pawn on f5. I'm trying to remember why it's not so good for him to take that pawn on f5. I wonder if somebody in the audience could try to work it out. What's wrong with rook times f5? Actually, let me not say nothing is wrong with it. But anybody wants to answer that quickly? What could I possibly get after rook times
c2?
f5? Rook c2?
One says rook c2. DaddyStrenngth says queen f2.
Man, them strong, man. Man, them strong. Man, them strong. Yeah, man, all of those moves are pretty interesting, but I don't think I can give a prize for those.
Which was most
DaddyStrenngth, man. You're looking to try and practice up for me later. DaddyStrenngth is answering every question.
Raj Academy and the Bronx 77. Respect, thanks for the following. If I think the Bronx is who it is, much love. Much love. Alright.
Alright, nice. So let's continue though. He realized that, and he went queen to g2 to cover any queen entries, like for example queen on f2 or anything like that. But the knight entered instead, and the knight is now going to run over to d3. All of this is with initiative. I'm always giving up that f5 pawn because it's not as important as the weaknesses around his king. So it goes rook c1 to try and shore up things a little bit, but knight d3 comes. And now, well, his rook is under attack. Probably should have sacrificed on d3 to ease up some of the pressure, but he kept the rook by rook to d1. And now I captured on b2. So of course it's still looking dangerous because yes, I'm attacking his rook, but he's also attacking the pawn on d6, which he takes off. So he goes rook takes, and by the way, none of these moves are coming quickly over the board. I'm spending an enormous amount of time trying to work out these variations. And I could see the look on Jomo's face because throughout my entire career, I've been plagued with time trouble issues. And I could see, the look like, geez, this guy's taking so long. But these moves are not easy to find, in my opinion. And at the time, I don't think my calculation ability was so great that I could just work out everything in seconds. But all these moves that I'm playing here are pretty much forced. Like if I put the queen anywhere else, I could get in some trouble. And now I'm attacking his rook on d1, and there's a variation where if he tries to save that rook, he could get in some trouble.
So Warren, even before you continue, I just saw a comment in the thing from Peter Steadman, and that should put a smile on your face, because when you can get my father who lived this with us to come on Twitch to watch your story, Warren, you know my brethren, because my daddy don't do these things. So but when I see my father, and he's fighting his own battles, so when I see my daddy come and watch you, Warren, you know how it is, my friend. That's touching. That is touching.
I feel really happy that Mr. Steadman is actually on. I have to say this: if your dad is actually in the crowd,
yes,
I have to give him a special big up. I was gonna say some of these stories until after, but no, now that you mention it, before he goes or anything like that, I want to give him his praises. The first time I came to Kingston to play in a chess tournament, that's when I met you at Jamaica Open, right?
Yeah.
And I remember, thankfully, you took a little liking to me, and we started to do some work. I could come up by your house, even during holidays, because I was a kid at the time, and during holidays I could come up to your house, and I would have access to your library, I'd have access to your time, and your father and your mother was like a father and a mother to me at the time. While I was there, anything I needed, your mom or your dad would ensure that I had it. They fed me while I was there. They provided anything I needed. If it was entertainment, if it was food, if it was comfort, if it was a room to stay in, anything. And your mom was always constantly, hey Warren, you alright? You need this? You need that? I really think, for somebody to allow me in their space, and I know your family is someone that just allows someone in their space just so. I'm eternally grateful for what your dad and your mom did for me in my chess playing career. I'll tell you, it has been the biggest impact on my chess development. If that phase of my life never happened, I would never have become the #1 chess player in Jamaica. I would never have become a title player. I would never see myself even traveling into certain countries to play and stuff like that, had that little phase not happened. So, big man, I am really, really happy for everything that you've done for me. And I can't say it enough in words, but I'll just say thank you. Thank you again.
Yeah, happy daddy hearing that. Happy daddy hearing that. Yeah, man.
Yeah. All right, so let's continue before I tear up or anything like that. So I'm attacking his rook, but it doesn't seem like he can protect it so easily, because there are some threats around his king that he has to be very careful about. Like for example, one variation now to see if he tries to protect it. Let's say he plays rook d5, or I'm just gonna move the rook somewhere because he still has to keep an eye on his rook on d6. So I'm just gonna move it somewhere to just show some interesting complications that are around his king if he doesn't know what he's doing. So let's say rook d, or maybe rook d2 is not good, but I think maybe rook d5 is probably better. But I'm just showing it to kind of show the idea that I had to work out over the board. So knight c4, and let's say the rook goes back. It's just an interest. This is not, probably rook d5 was a better way to show it. But who can find an exceptional move here? I know you're looking to kill the rook, but there's a nice move here that white could play, black could play to finish off white. And it's one of the variations I had in my head had he tried to save the rook. Alright, I don't know if we have all night. I don't know if anybody's typing anything. I can't see the types.
The quick mate one. You know the tactics have to fly, so the quick mate.
Yeah, well,
now you need a move before that 93 yard. So John the Baptist have it.
Queen sack. Why I really wanted that variation on the board, I tell you the Jomo, but I worried. I'm like, geez, please let this come. Please let this come. This would be nice. This would go in a puzzle book. Anyways, none of this came. But it's very interesting because the queen sack leads the mate after knight a3. If he had gone in any variation like this. But just to show, this is just one minor variation that I was trying to work out in everything. So it's a very, very complicated position. So anyways, he decided to give up the rook. He went queen d2, and now I took it, queen here. But the attack is still not done. I mean, I still have weaknesses around my king. He still has ideas like rook d7 that he could cause me problems with. So I have to keep pace. I have to open up things as fast as possible. And I went with a5 here. Yeah.
No, continue. Just checking if the board had gone. They're asking us to turn off the engine. So I was turning off the engine. So just have to make sure that the board. Where are we? Alright, so let's go and talk about your experience while we get that back for them.
Right. Well, what happened is my coffee has ended. I'm not with my other drink that I put down for a casual, nice, relaxing talk here.
So you're up without the arrows, guys. So there you go. They're saying that you're giving some people unnecessary hints and letting them beat them to it.
Alright, cool.
Alright.
So he goes rook d7. He has to try and find play because I'm trying to open up his king. And he does have some ideas where he wants to go queen d5. So if I'm not fast, with my defense, then I might be in some trouble. So I go queen b6, and that's to protect along this. Well, I can't do the arrows. He said, to protect along, just in case my f7 square becomes a target. And then my idea is to bring the queen over on that side. So he goes rook d6. And by the way, there is some funny way that I have to move the queen in this variation as well. I was trying to remember it in preparation to present this game, but I couldn't remember. But there's some intricate details that I was working out at the time. But I'll skim through this part. So he went queen b8, and he goes queen d5 now to start to put some pressure. Now he's trying to do it the other way around, where he goes rook d7 immediately. So I have to get some threats, and I went with queen c7 to hit the knight on c2. So he goes back, and then now I have just enough time to capture on b4. By the way, there's a little idea if I lose control of d8, a lot of times he could play rook check, and after rook takes, the queen takes, and he has like a little perpetual where he brings his queen back to h4 and just keeps checking my king. So I have to always be a little bit careful of that while I'm trying to push. So he moves the knight to e3, and now comes another interesting move, I think, totally opening up files around his king. I won't ask anybody to find this one. I think they'll find it easily. But I went b3, totally blowing up the king side. Well, what little is left of the king side. Please know that I can't just run and go down with queen c3 like I wanted, just because he has that rook d8 idea of his. So b3 opens it up. He can't play queen takes because the rook swings over to b8. So he has to take with the pawn. And if he takes with the pawn, then my rook is going to swing over to a8 and cause all kind of trouble all the way down to a1. So he ignores it and he plays pawn to a4. But of course, that pawn in his skin, can't be something to laugh about. So I pushed b2 all the way down, and he managed to find knight c2, which kind of blocks out my threat of queen to c1. Now already I'm kind of seeing that I want to bring my queen in the mix, but he always has that niggling little rook to d8 move. So I decided that I was going to try to see if I can push my king to some safety. and I went with king to g8. It goes rook d7, and now I have just enough time to move my queen off. Alright, so there are some threats here. It goes rook d6 and queen a5. Rook d5 again. Sorry, I should have mentioned that there was an idea. This is the maneuvering part I was talking about, where I had to be very specific in terms of where I put the queen. So like I couldn't put it all the way to a5 initially because I think there was some ideas of queen to d5 to swap my queen and to attack my queen and threaten a mate on f7. So yeah, so I had to do it this way, and now I had brought it back to a. So like it's the same thing here. Like I want to take this pawn, you know, and then there's all kind of threats down here. But he still has that idea of rook to d8 and then coming with some perpetual along h4. So I can't take the pawn immediately. So I retreat with queen e8 with some other threats. And he goes queen down. And now, when I look on the position, I want to break through, but that knight is covering almost everything. So thankfully though, I had this pass pawn on the e file. I decided to start to push it down. If I could get it all the way down to e2, that queen cannot come off the background because of queen h1 checks. So he goes queen h5, of course threatening on f7 there. Queen down check, and now he just goes back and block. But I think the pass pawn was enough to tell. So I push it all the way down, and now I still, by the way, at this point in time, I still have a little bit of time because I think the time limit was one where when it reaches the 40 moves, then you get another, it probably at that time probably was another hour, I don't even remember. But I knew I got a second time limit after the 40th move, right? And at move about 41 to 43, all of that time went. So now, this is just 8 moves after the second time limit, and I'm having like pretty much seconds on my clock. But I think it's a winning position, and thankfully we're doing so much calculation work that I was able to work it through over the board. So rook d8 is threatening to bring the rook down to d1, but he has this move knight e3 to prevent it. And then all I really have to do now is to find a way to remove that knight, and then, you know, he would have to resign. So I went rook d2 to bring the rook behind so that I can now play bishop to d4. I think he could have resigned here, but he went ahead and, you know, played on one more move. And then after bishop d4, what a relief. I mean, I don't think I got up from the board immediately. If I recall correctly, I'm almost certain that you came over Jomo. You know,
jumping up and down. Yeah, jumping up and down because it also won the match for us.
Yeah,
so it won the match, which was so important because it was the first time we're beating a team with a Grandmaster on it. So we didn't beat the Grandmaster, but I think it was me, Shane played Cochonas, I played I think Antonio and Ro, and
yeah.
Right, so between the three of us, the four of us took out in there because poor Shane, Cochonas was on such form, was a world challenger at the time, and we were just in awe to play Cochonas. So now to take out his team, it was ecstasy, boy. Ecstasy.
Yeah, it was really.
So,
and the icing the cake, as I said, is when Cochonas came over to sign, because he was the captain, to sign up the scorecards and everything. And he decided to go out. I didn't prompt anything. I didn't ask him his opinion on my game or anything. He came over, you know, to make that comment, and it's stuck with me from that day till now.
Yeah, what a great memory, boy. What a great memory. Alright, so Warren, what's customary on our channel of coffee, and don't know, you're going to have to mix some coffee again, but we're going to... Yeah, man, you have to send for some because it's Blitz time again, guys, and we're going to go over to set up, so 30-second break while we go over and set up. J-Loy, your turn to send through, so send through to Warren. And we start that off. Everybody else get ready. I'll throw out a question, and that's the next challenge. So go across Warren and set up. You send for your coffee. Yeah, man. Yeah, 10 seconds and then you start J-Loy zone. Oh, you started already. So
all the time. Is it that high?
I'm not
sure. They challenge always get what?
I don't know. Maybe next one you challenge. But we're seeing the entire white rep song go.
Yeah, I'll play the E4 and D4 and everything. Maybe I should play.
No, let's stick with E and D. Let's stick with E and D, Warren.
Alright, so this guy looks like he's entertaining a Caro-Can if it needs be. No, I think I'll just stick with something.
The slap tonight.
Yeah. Alright, so I can already see that he's a fast player. He's moving pretty fast. We had looked on some.
You probably should have stick to our old rep youth with these young players, right? They know them together.
I know these stereo.
Yeah, man. Old is but goodies. Old is but goodies.
Alright. I'm not sure that the way he's playing it is correct though. Something feels a little off with how he's playing. But let's see. Oh wow. Can I just grab some material here? I'm not sure why not yet. Something feels a little wrong with this move, but it's already.
Shane, that's the new chess talk in Jamaica, you know. Damien coined it. Is that a pawn, Raggy?
That's a pawn. But it sure did look like a pawn. I don't know if it was a good pawn to take, but kind of took it already, so.
Yeah, so be it.
Alright, so I can probably just have to play a little bit fast here.
Alright, so I'll be typing out the question for the next challenger.
I can see this guy's a speed monster, man.
Alright, keep the answers coming, guys. Oh, come on, John. You're that fast. John beat you to it, Chess Ninja. John, you got last week, so you and Chess Ninja up next. So that's the next two. So, guys, you can't stop. Chess Ninja and John will be the next two in this section. I'll send out another question soon. And for the record, 98 was Rowe. And 99 was me. So just a little off. 2002 was Shane. So guys, you need to know your chess history. Why, Warren? We're going to do some. You're going to first stretch a little. Man, them giving up them game to other players. So you know it's proper spectator when you win something and you go, nope, I want this player. And the problem is that the crowd kind of ruling a Warren. Crowd rule.
See, I mean, I'm so slow that I don't know if they really want to play me, you know?
No, don't worry. Old rep is always good. Tried and tested.
Tried and tested, man. You know, funny endgame here, you know. Really funny endgame. fast I can play. But let's see. Oh, sorry, I wasn't really commenting on the game because my time is running down so much.
Focus.
Yeah.
Shane's still living down Lindo's own from commentating too much. So commentate the early part and then they slow down.
Alright, normally I'm supposed to swap when I'm up material. But for some reason I want to keep the bishop here. I don't know how good an idea that is.
Boy, Nash, you're going to let me get creative, you know, with my questions if you start giving them shortcuts.
Be very careful here. Alright, I think I probably have to keep that piece. So I have an opposite color bishop situation here where whoever is attacking is supposed to be better. So that means I need to attack, right? Oh, is another question. Alright, probably first should come out of this pin somehow. Let's come out just in case I need to come out. With time going, not liking the speed that I'm moving at all. So definitely have to try and play a little faster. That guy is playing pretty well. Alright, try to give a little check there.
These youngsters not playing youth.
No, they're not at all. I really don't like how my pieces look, I'll be honest with you. Wait a second, my time is running.
Yeah, that's what I don't like. Like most of the games, I don't like how your time looks.
Oh, genius, man. I don't think I like this position at all, even though I'm up material. I'm not feeling it. And that's a very good move from him. I definitely don't like this, I tell you. I feel like I'm losing. I don't like this position. But I guess I'll just have to play fast and see how it works out. Going in the corner can't be right, Warren. Going in the corner can't be right.
But you don't have no time, so you go in the corner.
No, jeez. Alright, alright, let's just get rid of this cell, man. No, time running. Time is going. Time is not my friend. Time is not my friend at all. Can I win with that, with losing that pawn? I don't know, I'm gonna hope. Why should I lose it? Let's keep it. Oh jeez.
Just play. Just play. Exactly.
Ah, brother. Oh man.
Technique will be enough to save you.
Draw.
Yeah, technique is enough to save you, so go get it. If they don't want it, yeah, play.
Trying to win here is actually ridiculous.
Yeah, just play out your game properly. Jloy, well done. Pressure the clock on you, so well done. John the Baptist, send through your challenge.
Alright, that's who?
John.
Oh, that was John Baptist. Oh, okay.
So it's going to be Baptist 8876, I think.
Yeah.
Yeah, Jloy has been playing very well, Nash. I've been bigging him up in multiple streams, and I've been watching him when he plays for the Jamaica Bishops team. So he has been doing really well, really well.
Alright, so John, alright, I definitely have to play a little bit faster. So let's see if we can just move fast.
Yeah.
In this one, trying to speed up a little. Work with John at Holeness, and I know how swift he is. And John would like nothing more than to go back to Holeness to say, look who I have defeated.
Old favorite, the note boom.
Yeah, they're all coming to 4 now, eh?
Yeah, keep the old rep going.
Yes. So, ask number, okay?
The judge tried all the weapons in there. John all said here you're going in. Don't put nothing past John.
John, you're doing everything, man. Alright. I'm not sure if this is being played correctly. I mean, I'm up a pawn, but has all of those weaknesses all around my king. Maybe I could risk and castle over this side. Can I do it? Why not? Why not risk? Actually, risking is very bad. I'm sure there's a lot of compensation around my...
Yeah, and again, first time you're playing Blitz in a while?
Yeah,
risk nothing.
Pretty much a long time, but you know, you have to start at some point, right?
No time better than on PCI Mondays, my friend.
No time better than the present.
Yep.
Alright, somehow I'm not liking this position, but at least I'm not way down on time this time around. So let's see if I can try to force matters a little bit. Should I? I'm not sure. Does that actually work, John? Looks like it does. Let's see. A nice little tactic. I think it does work. So I do that. Yeah, that's gonna work. Nice tactic there, John. Nice tactic. So how do I get out of this now? John has won back his pawn. Could I sack an exchange here and get away with it? I don't think so. Alright, John, nice little movie. Nice little movie. Let's just try and maintain the balance somehow then. Alright, so this position can't be good for me anymore. I've lost the material and in not such a good situation. So I'll probably just have to try and jump up some play. Where I'm getting it from, God knows, but maybe something will come somewhere in the mix. Doesn't look like it's coming anytime soon. Oh wait, that's my time.
Yep.
Yeah. Set me up, Jomo, man. When I haven't played Blitz in a long time.
Boy, give you a week notice, my brethren. Yeah, busy family, man. Give you a week notice, because I know them young boys.
Yeah, man. These boys don't play at all.
The young boys don't play.
Alright, this is definitely not looking good at all. I don't like this position. Wait, that's my time.
Yep.
Shoot. Oh, jeez.
Not 90-30. Oh.
Yeah.
COVID time, 3-2 rule in COVID, brethren.
I just have to make some moves. This is not looking good for me. 3 seconds. What am I going to do with 3 seconds? Nothing at all. Make some moves and hope for the best.
He's that when giant chess. Ooh, that hurt with 2 seconds.
Does. This is not looking good at all. This is looking over.
Oh, Monday nights we drink coffee and we enjoy our chess.
Yeah, man, this is over as they come. No way to stop that, mate, John.
No tricks. Well done, John.
Excellent, John. Excellent.
You talk about setup. Now here's the big setup. Chess Ninja, the great Mark Bowen, won the next game, and he has said he's not playing, he's passing it on to Glaves. And everybody in the crowd has been saying DaddyStrenngth ever since.
Alright, cool.
There, you ready?
Yeah, man, let's do it.
Alright, stick to the rep.
Alright, cool.
Actually, it should be 5-3.
So he's gonna send a challenge?
Wait, Glaves, I'm sure Glaves sent the challenge already. DaddyStrenngth not going to hesitate, you know.
I don't say, is he Dark Panda?
No, Dark Panda have to hold on. Dark Panda always try sneak a game in, you know. Last week, about 4 times, he tried sneak in when they said challenge against Shade, you know. And Shade keeps saying, is it Dark Panda?
I don't see the challenge, Glaves. I don't.
So hold on, where Glaves? You send for the coffee, brethren? Because I see a line, you know. Alright, so while we wait on Glaves, let's just take the 30-second breaks, get your coffee. You send for it?
No, I haven't.
Alright, so go send for it, 30 seconds break. So Bowen, set up the man. And I was there cheering for Chess Ninja. Nah, program is Coffe and Blitz. Once you're at Olympiad, you get accustomed to this coffee thing in the night. So definitely have to run the coffee and play the Blitz.
Alright, I think I see the challenge here from DaddyStrenngth, so let me just play.
Alright.
Alright, so I'm white.
You're white, so today's your white day. So straight rep.
Alright.
Chess Ninja, the whole of we rusted, the whole of we stop play same time. PG-13 show, so we can't do Pepsi and Jerry. You can go and drink it first though. We have to go do the PG coffee.
Pepsi and what? Jerry?
Yeah man, the man said in the proper Jamaican style. Yeah. No, next time we'll play 5-3 here.
Indeed. A nice set of juniors coming up, you know.
They said that the commentary gone quiet. Yep, we're not losing on time this game. Yep. They're going to have to listen to nothing for the next couple minutes. Play.
Really believe that we have a nice set of juniors that are coming up. So if we can just find a way to hone that, I think we'll be in a good way. That's an interesting move. Alright, I have to keep things locked up a little bit.
No bother commenting, just focus.
I thought that was what was happening.
It was, but let's keep the focus going.
Things and times change. Oh boy. Things and times changed. Sure, that sack was the best, but it looked like it should be played, so I just played it. Not sure it was the best way to go. Let's see. Tight one, man. Let's go with. Something looks strange here. Let's see what to find. Keep forgetting, remembering the time. Oh boy. I really have to take a draw here though, man. Let's see. I have a feeling I might have something. Just can't figure out what it is yet. I just feel like something should be there. And if I overpress, I might get in trouble. Oh, can't figure a way through here. It's feel like something not right. Can't figure it out at all. This guy's defending well. Blitz is a hell of a thingy, man. Yeah, see what on earth is going on here.
Your time.
Oh, shit.
Just play. You miss a couple wins. I'm sure
there's several wins.
Yeah, you had the easy piece, just a couple moves before.
I'm sure there's several wins.
Yeah.
But you know how it's time travel and stuff like that.
You came down and just F5 and pick up the piece here.
Sorry, wait, I'm not seeing. Come again?
F5 and just pick up the piece here.
Oh yeah, there was that. I'm sure there were a lot of other things.
In earlier on though, you had Queen F4 also, which was really interesting to me. When you're conducting the attack, you played BG5. But I think Queen F4 or Queen G5 probably won in that attack.
Show me at what point.
Yeah, I'm going to try and find it because I enjoyed the attack. And it's about here. And I think both Queen Queen F4 or Queen G5 here was really interesting. And the threat is just Knight F6, Knight F6 forces, BF6, Queen F6, and mate at G7. So it was really exciting right about here.
Like it looks like it would be good as well. I'm sure there's not easy, sorry. If it was easy, I would have found it next time. But I'm sure there's a perfect win here for the king looks totally low, and the piece over there at B7 not helping out. So I'm sure this is losing. But in Blitz, I mean, you know how it goes.
Yeah, but this was entertaining more than anything else. It was entertaining. And that's why we're here. Definitely why we're here. So Warren, I know you're getting playing a bit of Blitz and a little tired without your coffee. But we have to go to your second.
Played for a while now. Blitz is not exactly there.
Yeah.
So, nevertheless, it's good fun. It's good fun. So.
Hold on, no, DaddyStrenngth. He can't come with any mouth at all, DaddyStrenngth. There are a couple times that there are wins in the position. There was none for you. So Strength.
DaddyStrenngth is really coming.
No, man, just Strength covers pieces. No, DaddyStrenngth.
I tell you, I've played Glaves in a classical match before. Me and Glaves have actually played over the board. So you youngster that, he's very enthusiastic and really,
it's a
enjoys
player
the game.
like.
He wants to play all the top players.
Yeah.
So I've beaten him before in regular games. But he's definitely a junior that is, up and coming.
It's a junior like, is one that me and him have a number talk. And hopefully he take my advice, but it's a junior I really think is the future. So we have here you against Beliavsky, one of the greatest that ever played the game. And I read a quote a couple years ago which spoke about the most unlucky players in chess. And they said the most unlucky player in chess was Kochanai, because Kochanai was born with Karpov. They said the second most unlucky player in chess was Beliavsky, because he was born in the era of Kasparov. And he would have been undoubtedly the best in the world from Russia had there not been a Kasparov. And I read that, and this was after you played him, and I went, wow. When I saw that quote, I went, wow. So, again, walk us through, as this is one of the greatest games played by a Jamaican against the great Beliavsky.
Yeah, Beliavsky, is a legend, as you said. Kasparov was quoted as saying that Beliavsky was one of his favorite players and who we believe was one of the strongest coming out of Russia.
Yeah.
So he's a very strong, intimidating player. When you hear that you're playing against a legend like Beliavsky, it's not an easy thing to just walk in and play, And, I have several of Beliavsky's books, actually. There's one particular open that we usually study that he co-authored.
Yeah.
E5, the Archangel. So he's a legend in his own right. So in this game, if I can...
And this was a historic match for Jamaica.
Yeah, it was. Because this was a match where you had beaten that Grandmaster, right?
Yeah, where we took 1.5 of the top 2 boards against a team that they claimed should have given us 4-love.
Yeah, this was definitely quite an amazing game. Beliavsky spent some years playing for Russia. And here he was playing for, is it Kurdistan? That we're playing here?
No, it was Slovenia.
It was Slovenia.
Slovenia.
Right. But very strong player from in the Soviet Union days and things. So very intimidating. I was really proud of this game. Another one of those lengthy games that went down to the wire because Beliavsky pressed straight through. But let's go. Let's see if we can enjoy this game. So you started. I was playing black again in this. Well, it seemed like a lot of my good results came with black.
Yeah, the ones I chose, at least one of them is with black also.
Right. So I'm playing this line here that I tend to play pretty often. You'll see I just played it against John a while ago, whereas up the pawn from early. I normally play this small triangle center. Well, not normally. I play a lot of things, but this is one of the things that we have done some work on as well. But I don't know if Beliavsky prepared. I don't know what he did. But he decided to avoid the note boom setup, and he went with E3, right? Which is a safer option, a nice positional way to play against the semi-Slav. But of course, I had no intentions of playing a semi-Slav. A lot of times I do transpose to the stone wall, and I've gotten quite a number of good results playing the Stonewall Dutch from this move order as well. So he continued knight f3 and went down one of the more common setups for white, where he just develops normally, and his plan is to maneuver the knight around to help with defending, and then at some point he's going to move the knight from f3 and try to play pawn to f3 himself. So, of course, in the stone wall, you jump in the middle with your knight. And here he played a strange move. He played knight e5. At the board, I'll be honest with you, I didn't know if this was a theoretical move or what. But it struck me a little strange because normally you try to control the e5 square in the Stonewall Dutch. And here he is putting a knight there where I can just easily capture and allow a pawn to cover that square. So it felt a little strange, but I sided along with caution at first and just finished developing my other knight. But now when he went f3, I mean, there's no way I could let the knight stay in there at this point in time. So I found a nice in-between move here, and I think this is the first time that he had a long thought. He was pretty much reeling out the moves, which is what gave me the impression that this might have been some form of preparation, I don't know. But here, I played a strange move, giving up my dark square bishop to capture the knight. But positionally, I think it's correct, because like I said, it released my weakness from the e5 square, and I also get to totally control the e4 square. You'll see in a variation where it has to protect this pawn on e5. After pawn takes, all of this is pretty much forced, and I go knight back. Now I'm threatening to win the pawn on e5, so it must protect it. And by protecting it, then it leaves this e4 square weak. So I think early out on the opening, I've won the positional battle against him. Well, maybe the opening battle, because now I have this strong e4 square, and the only problem is, you know, I have a bad bishop on c8, but that's a problem that everybody in the Stonewall has. So we survive with it. Here I wasn't feeling too bad, to be honest. I thought, you know, progress was made, and what I intended to do was somehow activate my light square bishop and then move my king to h8 and try to launch some form of attack on the king side as well. But this is no mean grandmaster. This is one of the strongest of the lot. This is at 2600 and oftentimes 2700 grandmaster. So he knows his stuff as well. So it goes b3. And here I think I already made a little positional error. I went bishop d7, trying to activate the bishop around this way. In the Stonewall, there are two ways to try and activate it. Either you do that, or maybe you go with b6 to try and go bishop b7. It turns out that I think b6 was the better way to go here, because not only do I have b7, but I also have a6 as an option to get that bishop active, and then I could contest this queen with rook c8. So just a little positional lesson. If you have a bad bishop, you always have to find a way to activate it, and I went with bishop d7. But here he goes, bishop a3, and I have to move the rook somewhere, and then he brings his other rook around. So alright, I'm still fine, but I think we could say that this is a balanced position. It's still equal, it's all to play for, and he's making his nice positional moves. When you play against grandmasters and very high rated players, don't think that because you see them playing all these tactical chess and so on, that they're going to come and play you like that. The one thing that the majority of us can compete with grandmasters in is tactics. Now, there's a difference with their tactics and their calculation. They can calculate deep into the position, but tactically, we can match them, right? So therefore, what they normally try to do, and I'll give this advice to stronger players as well, if you think that somebody is inferior to you, one way of playing is just to kill the board of all form of tactics, you know? So you take your time, you slowly outposition them. Their understanding of chess is what makes them able to play like this. The only reason I'm able to compete with him, to be honest, in this positional battle is because I've done extensive work on the Stonewall and I know, you know, some of the ideas. So what Jomo will tell you, when he was coming up as a youngster, he did a lot of work on openings, and he covered for his positional chess as well, because he knew all of these positions and how to play them. That he could survive in the middle game, he could play excellent in the middle game because he did the work at home. So here, queen b2, and now, like I said, in my younger days, although this is not that young, it's probably my senior years to be honest, but I always have a thing about attacking, right? Bringing pieces around to the king and playing dynamic. So of course, queen h4. Might not be the best move in the position, but it's definitely the move that is going to create problems for your opponent. Just putting the queen over there is already a nuisance in itself. Of course, I have some little minor threats like queen, f2 and so on. But the main idea is I want to clear the queen behind the pawn so that I can at some point in time play g5. So my plan is probably to support it with h6, play g5, bring my rook over to g8, and just attack. It's like grandmaster, but you can't play with fear. You cannot play with fear. Anybody at all that you're playing, you have to have some amount of confidence and belief in yourself. It's the only way that you're actually going to get results. So here, knight d4, and a little intricate move, queen there, so that I don't get knight f3 with a tempo. It goes knight f3 anyways, and then I start to prepare it with h6. And then finally, g5. So now I genuinely believe that, you know, I'm very much in this game, and probably even slightly better. Computers might not agree, I don't know, but for sure this is easier to play for black than it is for white. And as soon as I played g5 was the other time I recall that Beliavsky took some time to actually think. So alright, he starts to go on the defensive with rook f1, kind of helping to indirectly secure up the f4 pawn, which I took. But here I think I might have had another idea to continue with the attack. I don't know if any attacking player out there wants to give a shot at. Instead of pawn takes f4, which is what I went ahead and did to open up the g5, could there be another way to continue the attack for black? Any suggestions out there, Jomo?
g4 coming through from Sinboy, and Sinboy ready up here in the next set of people playing.
G4. Yeah, man, so G4 was probably the way to go. G4, and when that knight moves somewhere, not even sure where it's going to move, maybe E1 or somewhere, then I could also continue further with G3. And there's a strange situation here. Actually, even before G3, yeah, G3 and with H3, then I probably could even take on C4 here, which looks anti-positional, but it's the same thing, trying to activate the bishop. And when pawn takes or rook takes, it doesn't matter which one, you go c5 and then activate the bishop along that long diagonal. And this, you know, would have caused a lot of problems. The way I played caused problems too, but it turns out that this was even stronger and probably winning. But I went g times f4, took back, and then I put the rook on the file. When you have a plan, you stick to your plan. But make sure that you always have one, right? So rook g8, and then I just went ahead and started to double up on the file. It came a little bit of tactics in between, but one move I was proud of was one I think he also missed. When he went queen c1, and I went back over to the file, he ran over and he attacked my bishop. And now it's kind of looking tricky. That bishop moves, he might be able to, at some point in time, push e6. f5 is also in a little bit of trouble. But I found a nice little in-between move here, where I went rook to g8. And the idea there, I mean, at this point in time, if he does take on e6, then I have to bail out with a perpetual. But I think it was the only way to keep myself in the game, because he was getting some counterplay, and his position was starting to look a little bit better than mine because of this weak pawn on f5. So rook g4, if he does take on e6, then I have this idea where I just sacrifice and give away everything pretty much. And when queen g4 check and goes back in the corner, then I have this knight g3 idea. And that would force the draw. I mean, if the king goes back, I just discover again, and if he pawn takes, then I start with queen check. And having given away all my pieces, I would have a perpetual by just continually checking. None of that happened though. He went queen b2 instead, and I tripled up on the file whilst protecting my bishop on e6. So he goes rook f3 and then f4 again. Still trying to see if I can find ways to break through. That f4 move comes with ideas of knight to g5, and it also releases the bishop on e6. So he took off that bishop. He didn't take it. I mean, I probably would have risked playing bishop f5 and keeping it there. So took back on e6, and now he went pawn to h3. But this was a very critical moment in the game. And like you guys probably figure out by now, I was in time trouble, right? This is move 33. This is very, very close to the time limit. And when you play against a grandmaster, I don't know still. Sometimes you have to think. And I spent a lot of time trying to keep myself in the game, trying to make it interesting, trying to put pressure on the grandmaster and stuff like that. And here I think I played a little retreating move when I went rook back to g7, which is, it's okay, but it's a little bit defensive, and it ends up going into a forced endgame where he's slightly better. Instead, I should probably keep the attack going and play rook to h4. Now, of course, this comes with some threats. There are some threats of rook times here, but there are some bigger threats of knight to g5, which was one of the early ideas anyways. And this is going to be very, very difficult for him to defend. Actually, I'm not sure that there's a way to defend it fully. Maybe a computer could find ways to defend this, but black obviously has numerous threats in this position. Fortunately, in time pressure, I did not find that move, and I went with the save rook back to g7, which loses the pawn on f4 and forces this now into a endgame where he's slightly better. So let me try and speed it up a little bit. He went rook times, and I took on d6, took back, and I got back my pawn, but as you can see, I'm in an everlasting pin here on g7, and it's very hard to break it, because even if I put my king to h7, then that light square diagonal might end up in trouble too. So I think white has a pull here, so I just have to keep myself in the game, try to keep active just the same way, and give threats that will distract him. So I went queen to d1 check, king h2, and now I came off the diagonal just in time, because I don't think there's any way for him to get on this diagonal without swapping queens. So my rook is now alive again, but you know, there are all of those three pieces around my king. Being alive and being able to move is two different things. Yes, my rook is no longer pinned, but I don't think I can move it many places because of how active he is in his own right. So I decided that I had to ease the pressure here and go into our endgame where I had an isolated pawn. So I went queen here to d5, attacking his queen, but now with threats on g2 as well. So that forces him to take, which he didn't want to, but nevertheless, it goes into an endgame where he has quite a few weaknesses to target. He has this one on d5 and this one on h6. But another advice I'll give you guys is that if you're defending and you're in a tough position, one of the best endgames to try and bail out to is a rook and pawn endgame. They're very, very difficult to play, and so it's one of the better, one of the easier ones to try and fight when you're defending. To do that though, obviously you have to study rook endgames. So another advice to students, when you're tackling your endgames, don't go from like basic, where king and pawn and then move up. Try to mix in rook endings as well. Rook endgame should always be a critical part of your endgame study. So whatever you're doing, once you say, look, I'm going to study some endgames, you better make sure that rook and pawn endgames are involved. Because the majority of games, and you can go back right now and look on your past games, and you'll see that the majority of endings that you get has a rook in that endgame. So the more you study it, Fisher used to talk about it a lot, the more you study these endgames, the more points you pick up, or in my case now, I'll be able to save a few games, right? So he started to put pressure on the pawn immediately. You see a weakness, you start pile on it. He gets rid of his weakness and pushes that pass pawn up, and now he's going to use his rook to either go to f5 or to d2 or somewhere, and just keep piling pressure on my pawn. Of course, I can't sit around and defend it all the time unless I have to. In rook endgames, you have to be extremely active. So I started out with rook c8, not really caring much about d-pawn for now, because I have to get activity. Goes king up, and then again, activity. You have to just be as active as you possibly can. Fortunately, he's making his king active as well, but hey, that's how you have to play endgames. You have to be active no matter what, even if it means sacrificing material. Now here, of course, I can't let him become way too active, so I have to bring my king up as well to stop any incursion from him. So he's smart. He realized that my rook being active is causing me to stay in the game. So he decided to make my rook stick to the pawn. I have to defend it now. And then he's going to try some ideas to get my rook off defending it. Luckily though, this is still a weakness. So if I retreat and he decides to take on b5, then I will get back this one on b4. So he did take. And then I got back here. And again, when you're defending, the more pawns that come off the board, the easier it is. Even if somebody's up material, just think about it. If all the pawns come off and you leave with one knight, you're left with one knight against a king, then hey, even though it's up a piece, you still are able to draw. So good advice again, try to swap pawns when you're defending, but not pieces.
Not pieces.
Alright, so he goes rook check, king down, and now he's extremely active. So I grab this pawn over here, and he goes, and he takes off there. So now we have a very strange endgame where I have two pawns on the wing and he has two pawns on his wing. But he's much more active than me. My king is all the way at the back there sitting down. And his pawns are more active. Everything looks like it's a win. Unfortunately, it's actually not. And, you know, without going into too many details, I managed to find the setup that holds it. So after rook check, I had to decide which pawn to give up to keep myself active. And he's gonna make progress. Sorry, I'm moving through this a bit fast, but he's gonna make progress and create some threats around my king. So I had to give up that pawn, but I got my rook behind my other pass pawn, which is gonna be very critical. And I'll tell you, this concept here, it's very simple, but it's very important. How many people are going to try to hang on to their pawn even when white is far more active here? So just understanding a very simple thing like rooks belong behind pass pawn managed to help me in here, because again, as you know, at move 59, I'm playing with no time on my clock. So just understanding those little principles, you know, helped me to hold on to this. So I can't stress enough to study the rook and pawn endgames. So I went rook back, gave up the pawn, and then I got behind the pass pawn. I know he's always going to have to keep an eye on that, and that will give me enough time to hold the position. Now if his rook has to stay there and defend it, it doesn't matter how many pawns he has. They won't be able to get past my king or the rook, giving some checks along the side. So I managed to find a setup that is actually a theoretical setup, but I'll be honest with you, I didn't know this theoretical setup. I just happened on it in the game by using, you know, some rook and pawn principles that I know. But you'll find this type of endgame in many rook and pawn endgame books. So he tossed around a little bit, but I suppose he also realized that this is a theoretical draw, and he moved this king around a little bit, and then he offered the draw. Of course, I took it and not winning, so there's no way I'm going to not take this. Just to show though, if the king tries to run around and come over to this pawn, then these two are going to be weak, and I'll be able to snatch off one of them with my rook and king, leading to our rook pawn endgame, which is also drawn. I was really proud of this game, and it got a lot of attention. From many other top grandmasters as well. When Kasparov came out here to train us, to do a little training with the Olympiad team, Mr. Wilkinson, the president of the federation at the time, made a big deal out of it, and Kasparov was super impressed, because I already told him about his opinion on this great grandmaster Beliavsky. So another proud game in my notch. Hopefully you guys learned something from it.
Alright, so guys, Venezuela was the answer, but Warren, what a game. And when you take into account that this was against one-time number 3 in Russia behind Kasparov and Karpov, you have to stop and go, wow.
Yeah.
And for the younger player,
interesting subconsciously, when you were beside me, you know, beating up that GM, you know, it gave me something. I was like, no man, Jomo beat this GM. No man, I can't lose. I mean, no Beliavsky, but you know, can't lose, man. so we almost took down all master team.
Yeah, it was an all grandmaster team. We got so close. Because we got 1.5 points on board 1 and 2. And that was just one of the fantastic moments in Jamaican chess. So guys, we're going to saddle up and go across now to play some more Blitz. And Warren, you get to avenge Shane, because in the lineup first up is Terence, then will be Laban, and I see the J-Loy. 3 people got the answer card, but J-Loy you played already, and Sin is up now, Sinboy is up. So the next person I think is Dark Panda. So the three people to play you going to be Terence, to LeBron, to Dark Panda, who is Shamir. So guys, settle up. Let's take our 30 seconds while we go over. So Warren, we have to go avenge, you know, because you know Lindo's son, Moses himself. Moses will be.
Linda, I publish this on the website. If it doesn't go on. Shane's a good brethren, so he might not, you know.
We have to hope. So Linda's son is supposed to send you that thing there. J-Lo, you got your game earlier, so we have to spread it.
Draw?
6-move draw.
Okay. Alright,
so
cool.
It's going to be Lindo to Laban and then to Shamir.
I keep hitting right. Anyways, let's go E4, switch it up again.
And after that, between games, there's a question Shiraz had asked that we need to answer.
Okay, alright, cool.
Alright, FM to BK. I hope you watched that game and got some lessons on your Stonewall.
Lindo is aggressive, man. Lindo run out with the nader.
Boy, John, you're a great researcher, you know, John. Wow, he's playing the Beliavsky. Lindo. We had a match. Yeah, with 8-6 first. Yeah, we had a match in the Beliavsky wide.
Yeah.
But I had to look for. I had to go back to some 19. It was his book on Sicilian Labyrinth to learn it to play you. So I had to go back to that 1970 book and sit down day and day out to learn it to play you. Because he had known all the other variations I played.
Oh boy, I tell you, days.
Yeah, they have it easy with computers. But hold on, let me not distract you. Because I did with Shane last Monday and Linda was dancing. So you focus.
Alright, cool. Let's see. Let's play aggressive now, man. Linda's son wants to come and checkmate me pretty quickly. Lindo son, man. Lindo son. Watch Lindo, you know.
Yeah, Sinboy, Lindo moving well fast. Well fast.
Yeah, fast like lightning.
Yeah, you don't forget it's 3-2 you played here.
Alright. Let me try and remember that. Alright, cool.
Yeah, the truth in the position don't matter wide. It's all
yeah,
about.
I haven't played Blitz in a long time.
Your play.
That's exactly, you know.
But if Linda beats him, I'm going to jump in and play my game in a while. Can't make him take out shade of you, so don't stop it.
I'll try.
Yeah, man. Oh, don't make me have to play Lindo in a youth. Don't make me have to play Lindo. Linda hunt a game off me for years, you know.
Told the guys in many groups, you know, that 3 months is what I need to roll off this rust. Look like I might have to try and see if I can keep it a little shorter than 3 months somehow. Sandman. Terence never contributed so much to Jamaican chess, you know. He was like a nice player, I tell you.
Yeah, he playing way better than I remember, man. You just focus.
Online chess, you know, is...
Yo, focus. Don't talk of your time.
Online chess. It's definitely allowed persons to be playing Blitz a lot more and stuff like that. Getting the speed up and all that. Wait, you played, man. What time you say play? You don't play and don't tell me. This looks a little funny. Lindo, man, you play some good chess in the man. Find all of those moves. Wait, why this look like the end game that I just played a while ago? This look like the same end game, man. Lindo not playing it so well though. Lindo improving still. A lot of people
boy, I just ready, you know, Warren. Ready, but boy, just like that, you just throw away the man dream of the trifecta. Alright, well done. You should be seen. No, him getting stronger though. Definitely getting stronger. Laban, your turn to run in. Warren, you get your coffee because them not gonna stop running, you know.
Get something, but yeah, man, let's play, man. That's. I mean,
you're going to get your rust rub off today, the youth.
That's what I'm hoping, right?
Yeah, Terence, well done, Terence. You're doing very well. The rust going to come off by the end of the night.
Yeah, man, this is good stuff. You forced me to actually play, which is good. So it will harbor well for Jamaican chess if I decide to make a little semi-return.
Well, I see Nash saying to come back. And yeah, what it is that a lot of the youngsters just don't know the history, don't know the players, don't know the strength. And by doing this, they actually get to. Alright,
so who is which?
Sinboy, it should be Sinboy.
Sinboy?
Yeah.
Alright, let's go.
You finally get a black. Sinboy works some magic. Alright, while you start it, I forget some more coffee wine.
Alright, cool. Alright, let's see what can happen here. You know, I think I played this funny move against Russell Lima before. I don't know if it has brought me any success, but it's interesting. So I'm deciding that, you know what, I don't want double pawns. So I'm just moving my knight around. And hopefully I'll get some form of normal Sicilian, but without those double pawns. So it's interesting. I don't know if it's good, but it's definitely interesting. Let's kind of move it to a dragon setup. Probably could have stuck to like a Nadoff or one of those setups, but I think the dragon here is interesting because he hasn't gotten to play the Yugoslav. So it's like a classical dragon, and maybe a knight might work out to be okay at a5 if I could somehow maybe get it to jump into c4 or something like that. So I want to take my bishop, but I'm not sure. I'm probably okay with him taking it this time around. So I guess I have to speed up. Like, you guys are telling me that this is the new wave of chess, so everybody's playing Blitz online. That's why everybody's so fast. So used to playing correct chess. And in Blitz, I guess you can't always play correct chess. Speed is sometimes a bit more important than the best moves. But that's fine, it's the way of the world, and we have to get used to it. So I suppose if I'm ever going to make a comeback, I have to start playing some Blitz games. So Jomo has tricked me. I think I will be back. Chess?
Training partner for a reason.
Alright, so he's definitely gonna get my bishop. I was harboring thoughts of sacrificing my rook on c3, but I don't think it works out so well if my bishop isn't on the board. So I guess I'll just get his other bishop off. if he has less attacking pieces on the board, then I should be able to survive. Yeah, so yes, I've lost my dragon bishop, but I think the counterplay on the queen side is coming swiftly. So I'm definitely in the game as to whether or not if I'm winning or not, or sorry, if I'm better. That might be another question. So it turns out that little knight a5 sortie has given me some interesting play. Now I'll probably want to go b5, try to go for b4 or something like that. Bring my queen over to a5 or b6, double on the c file. Should be able to get an okay game here. Alright, so he's coming with some tricks. What is he gonna do here? Knight f5 or something? I'm not sure what the plan is. It might be knight f5. Or is he going for e5? I'm not sure. Maybe I should put my rook to c5 just in case he's coming with any funny tricks. So let's try rook c5. This is a just in case move. I mean, I do plan to play b5 and b4 anyways, but siding on the side of caution, I think sometimes it's necessary to just make a little bit caution, and the rook does a good job on that open fifth rank.
So Warren, this is another person who had beaten Shane last week, so you have to take him out that I don't have to play. So that putting no pressure on you, but
yeah, well, I know LeBron very well. I mean, I taught LeBron when he was a youngster in prep school, actually.
Which prep school?
So it's Vaz.
LeBron, well done. My prep school, LeBron.
So we definitely have some history. I don't know why I really want to sacrifice on c3, but it's just not working out the way I want it to work out. And he has correctly decided to start to go for some counter in the center. Alright. So now I need to play pretty fast.
Yeah, sure. Stew piece too. So we have a good vast team.
Yeah, man. Still used to go to Vaz as well. Oh boy, I wish I missed my bishop. Alright, I'm not sure how he's going to do his play as yet. So you know what? Let me just put some pressure on the center. Is he gonna play e5?
Pablo, why are you surprised by that?
Could play e5 myself, you know. I'm not sure it's so wise to open up that f.
Alright, your time coming down, so cut the commentary and win.
I keep forgetting that.
Yes, I know.
Alright, let's just play a little bit fast. Jeez. Sometimes I get so caught up in it. And
I know, Warren.
It's been a long time.
It's you looking for the truth in the position. We have argued this for years.
Well, it's easy to get caught up in, you know.
Yeah, but you know me. Time is money. You know me. The truth don't matter. Time is money.
Indeed. Alright, so now he has gotten that counterplay that he was looking for. Alright, might have to do some counterplay myself. I mean, he has some ideas of trapping my knight with g4, but I think I'm just gonna sack my bishop.
Pablo, the team just got stronger now that you're on it, you know, brethren. You can take on any high school, you know. At that prep school.
Can I still go for the sack? I definitely don't. I'm not liking this anymore. I think white is starting to be better, but let's hope my time can help me out here. You know what? It's time to do the sack. I've been not doing it for how long. It's time to just do it and for the fans.
With 13 seconds on your clock, why not? You're play youth.
Why not?
Hey,
it's not exactly the best time to do it, but you know, hopefully I can.
Oh God, you're training partners nightmare youth. I'm getting older. I can't do this like when you're younger.
can drum up some play in the
You
mix of
better.
things, you know?
Or you're going to have to explain that sack to me.
It was just for the fans. It was for
Oh,
the
God,
fans,
no,
you know?
we win first.
Doesn't know what's going on. Just
We
play some
win
moves
first.
now, you know? Hopefully something will come out of it. I don't even know what's going on. I'm just making some moves. And in this time pressure, anything is possible, I guess. But anything is possible for who? Alright, did I trick him? Did I? No. Jeez, I didn't trick him at all. Thought I tricked him, but looked like I just tricked myself. I mean, it's Blitz, it's fun, that's what's supposed to be happening. I could set up some tricks here. In a second.
Thank you, finally.
No, we're in time trouble, I mean.
Mate, no, we do our mates for a reason, youth.
Well,
You do our mates, you had it even prettier before with a Bishop mate and G2. But finally, youth. So to Terence Alaban, so close. I had to play you guys. You know the rule, if you beat two of my guests, I have to play you. That was close. Warren, thanks for saving. So let's go. Is you have Dark Panda now, and then we go back to the next game.
Dark Panda, didn't I play somebody called Dark Panda already?
You-
Dark Panda.
No, Shamir, did you play Dark Panda already? No,
No,
he
I
was
don't
lined
think
up for now. Dark Panda sent it in and we stopped him over and over.
Alright, so start playing him, right?
Yeah, man. It's Dark Panda's time.
Alright. So I have another black. The last time I tried that note boom thing, it never worked out so well, so let's switch it up a little bit. This is one of my old favorites. I do play the Trompowski. Well, I did play the Trompowski in my earlier days. I have since, well, I haven't been playing, so I don't know what I'm talking about. I haven't been playing chess, so I can't say that I'm playing or I'm not playing the Trompowski. But it's a pretty interesting weapon. I mean, you get to avoid a lot of theory and stuff like that, so that's one positive to it. And if Black doesn't know what he's doing, like against all of these anti-Indian systems, it could cause some problems. So if you're an Indian player with knight f6, you better have something against this Trompowski. I haven't been playing for a while, so I don't know. I have no idea what's going on here, to be honest with you. But I'll just play and see what comes of it. And the rust is real. So guys, here's another lesson. Don't take too long a time off on chess. Alright. If you're gonna be serious about it, you have to be entirely focused and put in the work day after day. When you take a break, that rust creeps in, and it doesn't matter who you are or how strong you were before, rust is just rust.
Warren, I think we should copyright that. Like I started merchandise and I saw within the next couple of weeks I'll drop my cup with coffee. I think we need a shirt that just says rust is rust. And
rust. I mean, it doesn't matter who you are. I mean, when Gary Kasparov came back and tried to play some Blitz game against the younger generation, now Gary Kasparov is probably the greatest player ever to play chess. But rust is rust.
So I am happy that Nash realizes how strong my guests are. So for you to beat two of them, yes, Nash, that's the idea. That's the idea.
I think like I could take that pawn on d5, you know. A little bit risky. Knight d5, queen takes, and I take back on b2. How does he save that rook?
This is from Trump, just coming back in. Trump,
but
early
I think I can take
c5.
it, but just gonna try and make it interesting instead. I think I could take on d5 and get away with it. But, you know, playing for the fans. I'm playing for the fans. Just gonna be playing now Benoni structure, seen as this is the new wave in Jamaica.
You prepared this for Malaku years back.
As white.
Yeah, as white. Yeah. I remember the structure. Just looking at it, I remember the prep just came straight back in my head. So I said,
right. Yeah, man. Not only Malaku, I had some epic battles with Dwayne Rowe in this as well.
Yeah.
As I said, the Trompowski has brought me many successes. And I think the good thing about some of those openings that have done well for me is that I played them at a time when they weren't popular, right? Mm-hmm. The Trompowski was just reviving. Julian Hudson was playing it. And so I managed to get through quite a few victories before it became super topical. Alright, so here I think I have to start getting some counterplay fast because he has stopped me from castling, and if I don't attack fast, I might get in some trouble. So pretty much running that knight away, and then at some point probably protect the pawn on b5 and then play knight e5 afterwards. Or maybe I could go c4 immediately. But if he allows it, I suppose, why not? Thought knight a3 was better to put pressure on the pawn. But now that dark diagonal looks like I can do something with it. So I think I'm going to try to attempt to make use of that diagonal. To be honest, maybe queen c5 was best. Probably still can play it now. If I do go queen c5, does he have knight d4? I don't know. Knight d4 can't be that strong. Let's go with it. He just plays it immediately. Alright, I think it's time to mix it up now. Whoa, something feels strange about leaving your knight in that pin. Alright, really see any way to take advantage of it, so probably should just finish developing or something. Yeah, alright. Bishop a6 looks interesting. I wonder if I could castle on the queen side. Would the fans like to see a queenside castle? Let's see. So he moves it out. The castle on the queen side is pretty dangerous. I don't know if I'll go for it just yet.
Well, you sacked with no time last game, so why not?
Why not, right? Oh, I don't know. I think... yeah, I probably should castle over there, you know. For the fans. By the way, this is dangerous. There's no way my king can be saved. Something is not right with that move at all.
Hey.
But hey, it's for the fans, right? Am I winning material here? Something feels like his queen is gonna get trapped in there, you know. Let's find out. Yeah, I think his queen gets trapped.
Yeah. And his time will go down now.
Well, it's for a bunch of pieces, so can I play knight takes? Nope. Nope. Let's just capture the queen and figure it out afterwards. Yeah, I probably should take that pawn. Let's just get rid of it. Looks like a good idea to just take the pawn. So what, I'm just up a queen, but I guess it's still kind of interesting, right? Or is it? Is it really interesting? I don't know. Well, that's material. Could take it, but let's see if there are any tricks in the position. No, only tricks for him. It's like another piece. Alright, I mean, a queen is a queen, to be honest. Even though, I mean, he's still... Whoa, so that trick if I take on c6 twice, he has some
knight d4
knight d4 trick.
Yeah, and he saw it. He even pre-moved knight d4.
I need to get my rook active fast. Need to get that rook active somehow. Let's go here.
Please remember it's not 9-30 you're playing here.
Yeah, I keep relaxing and taking my time because enjoying it. It's
don't worry, they'll savor your games even if you play them fast.
Alright, I'll play the fast then. I mean, you don't want to lose on time because sometimes even if you're winning and you lose on time, people don't look on that as
nope.
A win is a win.
Yep. Has he resigned?
Yeah, I think he.
Okay. So we're going to go over now to look on game 3 from our list. Warren, head over to game 3 while we do the 30 seconds break.
All right.
So game 3, don't start it yet. Just head over and set up while.
All right, cool. Oh, you're looking at this game, or?
Yeah.
Okay.
All right, so all set.
Yeah.
Alright, so before we start, Shiraz had a question that we need to address. So it's, what was your favorite, most memorable tournament experience?
Oh, wow. Man, I'll be honest with you. I have had so many memorable ones. I'll try to see. You said tournament experience.
Tournament experience.
Like feeling of, the tournament or the feeling at the end. I'll probably expand on this question. I've had many tournaments that I've gotten great experiences with. Most of the ones that are memorable to me are the ones where I got to travel. And that's because as a person individually, I love traveling. And one of the benefits of chess, for me, especially since I was doing not too bad at it, is that I get to travel. I get to represent your country and I get to see all these wonderful places that I want to see on television. I've been to so many places, Jomo, that the other day they had this app where you could mark the color the countries that you've been to.
Yeah.
And when I started to put them in one by one, I'm telling you, it was a beauty. We've been to a lot of countries.
So one of the benefits of chess, boy.
Yeah, I tell you. So one of the more memorable experiences for me would fall into one of those international travels. I'll tell you the best feeling I got before I tell you about one of those international travels. The best feeling I've had after winning a tournament was when I won a local tournament. There was a nationals where I happened to win with a perfect score. It has never been done and still hasn't been done. But I won that tournament, just perfect. Like all my games were victories. And one of the final games was a game against Shane Matthews. When I had already won the tournament, and I think I was just playing for playing sake because the tournament was already wrapped up, and I managed to win it. And Grantel Gibbs, I don't know if he remembers this, I don't know if he's in the audience or anything, but another moment when a legendary player comes over to me and says, "Youth, you're the future, And I'm quoting him exactly. This is exact words. He knows I say it in Pato. Grantel Gibbs, I played him in that same tournament that I won, and he was full of praises. Somehow, whenever somebody gives you a compliment, and you guys should know this, say good things, always try to encourage players. I know it's fun and thing when we do a whole heap of trash talking, but it means more, it's more impactful to a player when you offer encouraging words. So yes, the trash talking is all fun. I mean, I trash talk to myself, but you always find time to encourage somebody. And there are a couple of people that encouraged me. Grantel was one of them that came after that 9-0 and said, "Youth, you're the future." right? Felt really good because it was historic. It has never been done. Still hasn't been. I'm sure one of these youngsters is gonna do it at some point in time.
Well,
so
Shiraz says challenge accepted.
All right, boss. No man, Shiraz definitely has the potential to do it, and I think he has come close a couple times as well. So any one of these youngsters that just decide to take the actual time and put in the serious work, quality work, not just, a lot of people say they put in work, but it's not really quality. Any one of them can do something like that. So that was one of my more memorable experiences. The other one was when I got my FIDE Master title in Venezuela. It was fun because of all the experiences and stuff that I did when I was there. I jumped I did paragliding, where I literally jumped off a mountain in Venezuela. I mean, we went up to this hot bath place that was freezing cold. Lots of great experiences. But to get the FIDE Master title, I thought, and I was one of the earliest persons to do it, as you know, Grantel Gibbs got it first.
Yeah, we just put that in the chat.
But it felt really good. I mean, in those times, nowadays, maybe the FIDE Master title is not as prestigious as it was back then. But in those times,
it was the biggest thing, boy.
Title players in the Caribbean was next to none. It was one of the biggest things.
It was the biggest thing.
International title. Yeah, so it was huge, and I mean, I still thought at that time that I was developing as a player. So to get it while I was developing, and that feeling, anyways. I hope that answers your question, Shiraz. That was one of my more memorable experiences. I have many. If I start to talk about my chess travels and tournaments that I've played in, we probably would go all night.
Right. So let me introduce the games now, Warren, and your memory, because you barely knew which games I chose prior to coming on. So I looked for the games that show what I believe the player is in his purest form. So I did change games last week, and this game to me, the next two games are what I believe you as a player, this is you in your truest form, and really the purest. That if somebody wants to know who Warren Elliot is and what his playing style, these games show them for me. So again, we go back to 2000 Istanbul, and you chose the game against Klerides. I chose this game as my favorite game for you. So let's see how your memories, because I won't be commentating. I want you to walk us through.
Alright, let's see if I can actually remember anything in the game. So I should move it through and stuff?
Yeah, man. It's all you.
Yeah, I remember the name because when you showed me that you were going to look on this game, I remember that this was an extremely difficult opponent as well. He was much higher rated than me at the time. At the time, I don't even think I was a 2200 player. I don't think I was. I was probably dwindling around 21 something. So it was significantly higher rated than me. Maybe 300 points or something. Yeah. I don't know.
Was that 2400 player at the time?
Yeah. Probably. Wouldn't surprise me at all. So I'm playing my favorite opening here. You'd have to see with me, Jomo, because I don't remember this entire game in its entirety, but I know I was playing the Trompowski, and okay, so E6 is one of the lines that is typically played in it. And at the time, I had looked on an E4 move, which is the main idea of the Trump. These days, I don't think it's as common. A lot of people just transpose back to some anti-Indian with something like E3 or Knight F3.
To the Tory attack, which... Yeah.
Sorry?
Yeah, to the Tory attack, because the Tory somehow has become more topical again.
Right. Yeah, it has. But another thing, I'll tell you, and I don't know if we had discussed this before, but in doing some work on the Trompowski, another strong master used it to win his world championship, and it was Anand against Karpov. Anand against Karpov. I decided to play the Trompowski, and this E6 line came up as well, and it was a massacre. White won that game in like just a few moves. And another one of my ideas well, let me not say my idea, because obviously he played it too, but something that I had looked on had come up in that game as well. So this is one of the main lines at the time. Nowadays, a lot of people are playing c3 if they do get into this setup. At the time, I had looked on an idea where I go knight c3, and then I'm going to go queen d2 to push f4 afterwards. Very aggressive, and a lot of people play the Trompowski as like almost like how people play the London to be safe and stuff. But I usually play it very aggressive, as I did on my games.
One of the things, Warren, because of you, because you know I'm not a Trompowski player, I just not. But in preparing these lines with you, I remember playing it against Chess Ninja. And Chess Ninja went for this and transposed into the French. So I remember this one of the few times that I actually played the Trump because of you, because nah, not for me. I'm classical main lines. And I got hit with this line and Chess Ninja went for the French. Quick d5, I went for the French. So I remember that. Yeah, man.
Well, that's one of the good things about having training partners and so on. You rub ideas off each other, and sometimes you help one person work on their rep, and when you look, you're playing it. And as people might know, I've played the French a few times as well. So, I'm not a French player, but doing all that work with you and the French, you know, sometimes you're like, sure, might as well. I know it too. So it's a very good thing to have a training partner. And when you guys are on your way up, you will hear any player that has been anything in chess. At some point in time, they had somebody that they were working with and rubbing ideas off and stuff like that. So find somebody that you're cool with, somebody, a friend, and you guys can train and brush ideas off each other. Alright, so he went for d6. I think in that Karpov game that I was talking about, g5. Was, to try and stop the whole f4 idea. But anyways, I went queen here, and he now goes a6, and then f4. So yeah, this is the typical setup that I try to aim for. And then after that, I mean, I'm gonna play knight f3 and develop, but a lot of times I actually go to the queen side. If his queen stays on that king side, then maybe I might go to the king side. But most times my king is gonna go over queen side, and we'll just launch an attack. So alright, goes b5, develop, and then knight d7, and yeah, I castle. So now I want to go ideas like e5 and so on, and maybe f5. Who knows how I'm going to open up the position depending on what he does. Goes knight b6. I finish development. By the way, Alekhine will tell you never attack before you finish develop. Alright? Study some Alekhine games and you'll see how out of nowhere an attack just comes. Alright. So here though, I tend to have times when I make what they call a lash out move. There's this pretty famous coach, John Tobish, who pointed out that I probably shouldn't tell all of these secrets if I intend to come back in chess. Well, let me tell you anyways. John Tobish pointed out that a lot of times those lash out moves that I would play would actually be blunders. And it's interesting. It's an interesting characteristic thing, because in my younger days, I always wanted to attack. I just wanted to get that last piece off the back rank. And then I started to attack, right? Nigel Short came to Jamaica as well, and I played him we were playing a Blitz exhibition game at the Norman Manley Law School, and I employed my favorite Sveshnikov, and we were going down in it, going down to the end game. Everything looks equal, and voila, I made that lash out move, right? And when I made the lash out move, it turned out to be a blunder. And Nigel Short says to me, Warren, you have to learn how to suffer.
Yep.
I'm like, what? You have to learn how to suffer? What on earth is he talking about? I don't want to suffer.
You know, Warren, that's something I teach my students now. Just that, because you have to suffer. It's in Jamaican chess, we have gotten so accustomed to quick victories that the moment we get resistance, our natural thing is to try to just dismantle it. But it's always a blunder. So you have to learn to suffer, because if you suffer long enough, the other person going to get frustrated, going to do some inaccuracies, and there is your chance to win. And it's something that I pound into my students. You have to learn to suffer. It's just so it got some position. Yeah, it's just so it got some position you have to suffer in. And you just have to suffer. You don't
any opening by anything at all you play. There will be positions where you just have to suffer.
You just have to suffer.
Through it, but try to somehow enjoy the suffering. Otherwise, you're gonna do those lash out moves,
Yeah,
you're gonna get bored, you're gonna do something that will cause a blunder.
I remember Sean saying to us, explaining that suffering thing, Warren, in a story where he said why Russians are so good at chess. Because playing 6 hours at chess is better than standing in an 8-hour line for bread. And I was like, seriously? But he used that to explain that you just have to be patient. You just have to be patient. And I was like, wow, that's the thing there, that just come sit down and play for 6 hours. No matter what, you have to play for 6 hours. And I try to teach them over and over and over that.
Yeah, man, amazing. You have to. Which is one of the fears
DaddyStrenngth, and come in DaddyStrenngth. As you get stronger, you're going to understand. People don't curl up. I tell last week, if you listen, every attack leads to an end game. And you just have to learn that chess, you don't get people to just beat as you go up. It's just simple as that. It's just a life lesson, how it is.
Sorry, as you point that out, I'm not sure what Raheem just said a while ago, but as you point that out, I also remembered something that Ivanchuk, great Vasily Ivanchuk, told me. There was a year when I was doing everything there is in chess. I was winning tournaments left, right, and center. Like, basically unstoppable, right? And I felt I was on top of the world, you know, hey, you know, a lot of people, you get really full of yourself when you're doing well. And I went to a tournament in Cuba, right? I went to a tournament in Cuba. It's the Capablanca Memorial Tournament. Very classical, you know, important tournament on the chess calendar. And luckily, at that tournament, I met a good friend of mine right now called Kivanch.
Yeah.
As you know, I was rooming with Kivanch in Cuba. And Kivanch is a strong grandmaster from Turkey. Still to this day remains a good friend, and I can call upon him anytime if we need to do any training or to look on anything. So I met Kivanch, and at the time, Kivanch was also good friends with Ivanchuk. So every night before the tournament, Ivanchuk would come up to our room and would actually help Kivanch to prepare. And guess what? Because I'm in the room, he would help me as well. So every time he'd glance and say, oh, you have this guy tomorrow, play this, and then I would go and, you know, and try to. But every time I got the opening, I got the fantastic opening. I went to the board, I play against the people, I get the good opening, everything is nice, I lose, I get outplayed. I come again another time, Ivanchuk helps me again, I get the fantastic opening, I lose. And this happened like maybe for about 3 rounds successive. I'm losing to these players, left, right, and center, even after getting promising positions. And one night, Ivanchuk come and I'm afraid to approach him because he's a legendary guy and he's helping me out here, and I'm disappointing him basically. You know what I mean? And he says to Kivanch, hey, your friend, lose again, you know? And he says, let me see why. And he looks on the games and then he says, And then he brought up some games of what I played in Jamaica, which at the time I didn't play a lot of international games. So the majority of my games in the database were Jamaican games. And he looked and he said, and I see a look on his face and he says, I see the problem. You cannot fix the problem in this tournament. Because in Jamaica, you are not getting the resistance. You're not getting the resistance. So you get a nice, comfortable position and you win. And you think, hey, you're the greatest. When you come here, as you see, these guys, they're serious players, you're getting the resistance. Even when you're better, they're fighting and fighting and fighting to the nail until they outplay a lot of times. You need to travel more. You need to go to more international tournaments, you need to play against stronger oppositions. If you're the number 1 player in Jamaica, then you can't keep playing the people that are there. You have to play people on the outside. But that really sung to me as well as another lesson I just coincidentally learned from one of the greatest players ever, that resistance is something that you have to work on. You have to know how to play long games, work on your positional chess, work on your technique. And another advice for youngsters, I know money is a problem, but you have to try and find ways to travel. You have to find ways to get out of the country to play against other strong international players. Thank God for the internet now and everything, so you can get games against them online. But believe me, playing a grandmaster or a stronger player in Blitz is nothing like, you know, consistently playing them in long games. So sorry, I know I was.
And I
uh,
see in the gym recently, Warren, and one of the things that I try to get students to understand is that chess is like every other sport. And anybody who lifts weight know that if you lift the same weight over and over, you can't build muscle. You have to go a little above and a little above in order to get that resistance. And that's the only way to build it. Chess is no different. If you play the same level over and over, you can't build the muscle. So you have to get a little stronger opposition. Then when you master that, you have to get a little stronger and a little stronger. And that's what builds the muscle. It's the same.
Yeah, it's the same.
All right.
Gone into teaching mode. Let's look at the game because I'm trying to remember everything that happened as well. So like I was saying, I was really trigger happy, and I saw his king in the center, and I'm like, no, sir, this king is in the center for way too long. I have to try to see if I can break it open, and I played d5. I think it's a really good move. I'm not sure what computers say, but the idea is that I'm trying to break open the center while he's in it. So for example, if he should take back, I probably was going to push past with e5 and open it up even some more. When somebody's king is in the center, you have to try to open the line that the king is on. And at this point in time, the king is on the E line. So that's why I didn't go e5, because e5 wouldn't aim to open this long line. That's another attacking quote I got from the Art of Attack. Open the line that the king is on. Anyhow, so I go d5. I think he saw the dangers and he just castled instead. And no, I see why you chose this game, Joe. No, I'm seeing why you chose this game. This was during my...
This was Warren.
Yeah. This is my type of stuff, for real. So I blasted open here with e5. Man, I can't remember all the variations of these things, Joe.
Nah, man, just enjoy the beauty of your game.
Yeah. I know for sure I'm probably trying to clear that e4 square for the knight and still try to blow up his position, because I figure my king is a little bit safer than his. Not sure it turned out that way, but pawn takes. I know he goes queen e7. So here I took. Not sure. Yeah, well, I have to take. Otherwise, I'm going to lose the pawn on d5, right? So he drops in a little intermediate move there. And I move my queen. Oh, yeah. Oh, sorry. I have to say again. I don't want to go in teaching mode. One book you guys should get if you want to really improve in chess. Alright, there are many books. But there's a book called The Art of Defense. I think to this day in Jamaica, and I dare anybody in the group to say otherwise, that I'm the only person that has read that book in Jamaica.
Alright, so Warren, you should have thrown that out before I became a coach. So there are a couple of my students who have it as their monthly. So what I do is every month they get a book recommendation that they must finish. So Art of Defense is one of the books that I have given specific students, and they have to read it. Malik has also said that he has read it cover to cover. Malik is the man. So one of the things I make sure, Warren, is that they don't go, them still take book and actually sit down and watch it and read it. So they have. A couple of them have read it.
Okay, great. It's a fantastic book because it's a lost art in chess. People don't enjoy defending. People don't understand the concept.
They just don't understand how to defend.
Right. So when I read that book, I mean, I'll be honest with you, afterwards I felt I was unbeatable. I just thought any single position that comes, I'll be able to defend it because I knew the techniques of it. So just when you study attacks and, forks and, pins and, open lines and, all of those things in attack, there are themes, believe it or not, in defending as well.
Warren, how many times have we after games looked at each other and start laughing because we knew the between us saved us in the games? The most important games that as the game done, we look over at each other and we just bust out laughing. Because we knew it probably losing, but the defense, you have to put up resistance. I remember a couple really important games, even when getting each of the titles, that when I held the end game or so, I get up and I look, all I see is you on the ground laughing. It's important. You have to defend worse positions. You have to. It's a part of chess.
And they were just as sweet as those.
They were sweeter.
The only thing sweeter than actually
they were sweeter.
playing a flawless attacking game was one where you're supposed to lose, like you're defending, and you find a way to swindle out of it.
That one concept.
I tell you. Alright, so anyways, I think here he probably had to go for that sacrifice on B2 though. Because I think if he took back the pawn with, let's say, F takes, then I think I'm going to win material by taking on C4 and then taking back again. And he can't take the pawn with the queen either because of bishop F5. So I think he had to go in for that sack. And it does look dangerous. My king looks naked to say the least. So it goes king takes. I go king takes and he has queen there.
So,
and then he grabs the bishop.
One sec, Warren. So guys, this is why I chose this line. One of the things with Warren is that he is probably the most accurate initiative player that Jamaica has ever seen. Comes to him and Fairclough are looked upon as the two players that when carrying out an attack, they are extremely accurate. Even when the counter-attack comes. So they see the counter-attack, they've read out the counter-attack and clinically plays through their attack. And this is one of those that you see. Seeing the knight B2, allowing the queen A3, allowing all of that, but keeping on top of the game straight through. So this is why this is my favorite game for you.
Yeah, alright, thanks. Well, one of the things with defending is that you have to counter. You have to counter as well. Perfect way to defend a position is if you can find counterplay. And he has some serious threats here. He has bishop A3, which could be dangerous. I found this move, bishop F5, which I think is holding the position together because of the threats that I have. Threats of like pawn push and queen in the pawn and stuff. So he goes bishop E7 to stop that pawn push. And I take and king B8. And I was proud of this move as well. To this day I don't know if it stands up to scrutiny. But Karpov played a game where he was trying to hold a file. He was trying to control a file, I think it was. And he doubled up his rooks on it, but he couldn't. No, sorry, he couldn't double up his rook on it because the other guy had a rook contesting the A file. So he plays bishop to A7. I'm sure Malik and Stewart, those guys probably know this game, but he played bishop to A7 and block up the file first, and then he doubled on it afterwards. Of course, there's an idea to use that in defending as well, where you block the file. And bishop A3 is a serious threat. So I had to stop. I had to be able to play queen B4 to defend it if needs be. And I found this nice move, bishop to B7. That blocks the file, blocks the rook file, and also gives me queen D4 to defend the threat. Bear in mind, by the way, that a lot of this calculation is coming from way out, right?
Yep.
So to find a move here, if somebody gives you this as a puzzle and say, hey, why to play and survive on turn, I'm sure they'll find bishop B7. But to find it in the complications from before, I think it was pretty interesting.
Find it before knight B2. Yeah, to find it before knight B2 was what impressed me.
Alright, so he goes bishop A3, of course. And I go queen here to defend it. And obviously if he swaps, he's just totally losing because that's 2 pawns that I'm up at this point. So he goes queen there, queen A5, and he still has, my king still looks a little weak and everything. So I placed, secure that bishop there on that outpost. He goes king E8. I still have to try and get rid of that bishop somehow. And I think at this point it might be a matter of technique. I'm not sure if the game got more interesting afterwards, but I think I managed to survive the main issues. Alright, so I still went for the swap. Don't remember everything here, but so I'm just playing through the moves. Oh, here's another one of my rook sacrifices again.
Yep.
So what's going on? You're just finding these moves, these games. Yeah, well, obviously you can't take that though because his king looks really naked, and I'm just getting the pieces off the board to try and convert. Yeah, and I think the rest is a matter of technique, like what the books would say. Oh, but here the man is launching another attack, but it's not really working out. I must have been in time pressure to be repeating moves here. Again, it's move 36. and story of my life, I'm sure I was in time trouble. I don't remember clearly, to be honest, but for me repeating move there, I have a feeling that I was trying to gain time on the clock, and I'm just making a few repeat moves. Of course, if you know that you're winning, even if you're in time trouble, you're gonna play your heart out to try and fulfill that point, and therefore I'm not gonna repeat anymore. And I went rook f6 to kind of hold everything together. But believe it or not, the guy still is having some pieces around my king, so I have to be a little bit careful. But I think after here, I've weathered the storm. And now it's just to be totally safe and get rid of everything.
Yeah.
Alright, and then I suppose the tactics come in here.
And this against a 2400 person.
Yeah, this
at the time when you are in 22, yeah.
Yeah. Very good game here, Jomo. Swap off everything and here.
I know all the games in our youth.
Yeah. I know, I didn't remember this one. I'll be honest, I didn't remember this one. But this is a pretty...
Yeah, this is showing you the calculation depth, you feel for initiative, you feel to extinguish the counterplay. This is just trademark Warren for me. Definitely trademark Warren for me. And I enjoyed seeing this game over and over. Alright, Warren, so you know between each game we go back over and it's blitz mode again. And as you get tired, you have to push just a little harder, my brethren. Just a little harder. Because you know it's blitz mode. Alright, so blitz mode. So while we go over, let's take that 30-second break and then I'll tell everybody what to do. Alright guys, tomorrow, yeah, so you can go Warren 30 seconds and then back. Tomorrow guys, we have PCI playing the leaders from Costa Rica, top of the table clash at 7:30. So join in 7:30 and support the team. We're second place now in that South American League. Need to beat the Costa Ricans for us to move up. On Wednesday we start a new program, which boy I hope all of you get to come. It's Walk Down Memory Lane, where we look on Jamaica's greatest single games. So we'll be looking at a couple of games and we'll be paying our homage, paying our complete respect to Mr. Wheeler also. I will have Shane on and Kevin Brown, who played one of the most important games in Jamaican chess history, on to talk about his game. So that's tomorrow. We play PCI. I think Wednesday, Michael, Christy can tell me. I think you, if Terrence still on, I think you guys play on Wednesday also, 8:30. So if that's the case, we may move from the 7 o'clock walk down memory lane to 8. Tomorrow PCI challenges Costa Rica, so a lot of chess for this week. Definitely a lot of chess. Anybody who new to the channel, remember to follow that you get notified of when we're playing, when we're going live, and basically just to support the stream. So until Warren comes back, we go across, and as Warren comes, yes, Dr. Brown will be on to discuss his victory. One of the greatest victories in Jamaican chess. So we'll have programs on Monday. We have the interview with the greats on Wednesday. Walk down memory lane. Shiraz, you'll see the game. I won't spoil it for you. Definitely will get people. Devlin, I'll reach out to him. I know I have had confirmation next week will be Dwayne Rowe. I have confirmation from Grantel Gibbs and Daim Shabazz along with Damian Davey. So we are slowly rolling out the schedule for the month. So Dwayne Rowe is next week. We have Damian, we have Grantel, and we have the great Daim Shabazz, Mr. Chess Drum himself, who will be coming on. Alright, Warren, tell me when you're ready.
Yeah, man. Just give me 1 second here.
Yeah, man. It's been long and we're getting old, my friend.
I tell you, it's the best time for people to play with, man.
Yeah, man. So, alright, so first person to challenge Warren plays him. Go now. First challenge, you see come in, Warren, click it.
Okay. I'd say Science Guru.
Whoever it is, click it. That's a game.
I don't know which one.
Science Guru.
It's a talented boy. Does play anyone?
Science Guru. Dojan Edwards.
Okay. Alright. Alright, let's go back to D4.
Who came second? Talented boy came second, so that's next.
Alright. Queen's Gambit. What, another Slav? Wait, you guys are playing all Slavs. Oh, semi-Slav. Alright, let's go in the Carlsbad here. See if I can use a little experience to help myself. Even though I'm sure anybody that plays this triangle setup must have ways to play against the Carlsbad. Wait, he played? Jeez, I'm here talking, I never realized that he played, you know. Time is gonna run out for sure. Alright, you know what? No, it's not. I'm gonna play it quickly. Another structure that is important to study is this Carlsbad here. Whether you decide to play it on either side, a lot of legendary games were played with this Carlsbad structure. I mean, the way I play it now, I mean, Kasparov used to play it with a pawn at f3 and it goes for a kingside attack. But how I plan to play it in this game, I think I'm going to try to go for a minority attack and play it slowly, positionally. When you're rusty, that's what you should do. Which I remember that earlier when I was deciding to go in sharp battles with people. Stick to your slow positional upbringing. Alright, that's an interesting way to go. I guess it can be bad. But I have a feeling that the isolated pawn situation should give me some play. Oh,
no isolated for you.
No isolated pawn for me. Alright. Well, it's still kind of backward, so should still be alright. We want to go bishop f5 here to cause some mayhem, but you know what? I'm going to keep it simple. Let's go back. But if I could find some way to attack that pawn on d5, then it will work out good for me. So I'm not getting any minority attack here for sure. But I'm going to try to say that the pawn on d5 is weak enough for me to get an edge. So some ideas I'm already looking on is something like maybe b3 and trying to attack it that way. But he goes ahead and he goes for b5, which is good. I think he has to try and secure it. I probably should play a4. I probably should play a4, but I don't know why I'm a little hesitant because my b3 square is weak. You know what? I should play a4. I don't think I want to allow him to just hold on to that pawn at c4. So positionally again, I should be okay if I can get something like rook d1. Maybe move the knight to e5 and then play b3 at some point. Just a move order now to see which way to go. If I should go b3 immediately, probably should go b3 immediately and just get to it before he gets his rook on the c5. So now I'm already putting some pressure on that pawn, but it's kind of easily defended. Should still stick with the plan of going rook d1, moving the knight to somewhere like e5 and then go bishop f3. Somehow it just feels like that pawn on d5 is supposed to fall somewhere along the line. But we'll see. I don't know. It's well protected for now. So you notice that I'm only, for now, no tactics so much. Just trying to play positionally. Alright, now I think knight e5 should come, but you know what, let's play another precautionary move. Alright, now I have to do something, otherwise I'm going to run the risk of not actually having an advantage. But I don't see what to do just yet. Knight e5 is obviously the way to go, but I can't make it work somehow. Yeah, you know what? Let's just do it. think the knight looks good on that square anyway, so even if he doesn't take it, should be fine. Oh, alright. Guy's defending pretty well. Still can't find a way to win that pawn. Let me try bishop f2. Whoa, no, this is not looking so good. I don't think you should be opening your king like that. I just feel like there's something lurking around there. Maybe if I could get him h4 and open up his king some more. Yeah, alright. Alright, let's take. I'm still really trying to aim to win the d5 pawn. That's my whole positional aim from day one. Just that one weakness was created and I'm trying to put pressure on it. And yeah, that just drops a piece, doesn't it? What do I take it? The knight or the bishop? Let's go with the bishop. Alright, so it's down a piece, but I still need to convert. So, probably should take that pawn on d5. It's what I've been trying to do from day one, right? So let's take it. And the positional battle finally came to something. Something feels wrong about that move. Like you could have played rook times c3. I'm not sure.
No.
I think maybe I could play queen d8 and when you take c, I take queen e7 check.
Yeah.
And I would be alright. So, alright. But now I need to play a little fast just to make sure I keep on the pressure. Even though I mean it shouldn't be difficult, but.
Alright.
Alright, good game.
K-Step 77, thanks for the follow. Talented boy, your turn.
Who's talented boy again?
So, talented boy, who's talented boy? Chat, tell us. Chat not telling us right now, Warren.
Secret player. Alright, well let's see how it goes. Secret player. Even though I got a good opening against Johnny. Yeah, I'm going back to one of my old favorites.
Yes, please. Yeah, I thought it was Nathaniel Hope, yeah. Young, up and coming player. So I thought it was him, so yeah. Just got confirmation that it's him.
Oh yeah, Nathaniel is definitely one of the future.
Yeah, man.
Plays e3. I mean, there are several lines I could play here.
Yeah. I have to wonder if these youngsters studying me in a youth.
Studying the game, right? I used to play this line, and you know what? I'm gonna keep it simple. I could have played other lines.
Yeah, AB5 first. AB5, A6, and then E3 is more to the point.
Yeah. But here I'm just gonna try to keep it in
but they have to be careful how they play my lines on, you know, cause we studied those lines straight through.
But I mean, if he doesn't take it, at some point I'm gonna take. It's just that I'm trying to get a pure benko to keep it in structures I'm familiar with. I don't know if it's there.
Oh wow! Okay, I never ever take that second pawn.
Well, taking it can't be bad. So it's another pawn. So here we have like pretty much a classical structure.
Yeah, that game, Shiraz was used in the classroom in Ukraine to teach it. After that game, I was shocked when I got the message that they used that particular game to illustrate how to play against the benko. I was most honored. the benko game against Brandon.
Oh, cool, yeah.
Yeah, man.
Good times, I tell you, good times. Whoa, okay, right away. That is interesting. I didn't think he could do that. But it looks like he can. I should be able to take this, and the long diagonal should give me some good play. But I'm wondering if I should leave it and leave the structure. E5 is interesting. Yeah, it can be good though, because the D pawn is... let's take it. Something tells me that it shouldn't be good. I might be wrong, but I just feel like you can't just leave the D pawn here. so weak. I could be wrong though. This is a totally different structure now. Do I have enough time to just play rook d8?
Sure, so what you need me to confirm?
I think I can do it. I'm not sure. Maybe I can't.
Yeah, I think it's that nationals.
Something feels funny, like I shouldn't be able to do that. The weakness at c6 is worrying me. Like he could get some knight c6 at some point. Yeah, I probably shouldn't have played with d8.
No, I think it might have been 2007 nationals.
Yeah, I probably shouldn't have played with d8. I'm starting to not like that move. But hopefully it gives him enough time to think, so even if I drop the exchange, I'll have time as the compensation. Because now I think he has several interesting moves. I think he could move the rook, and then when I move my knight, then he has knight c6. Or well, he could probably do that, which also looks good. Yeah, this is, I think I probably went about it the wrong way somehow. Alright, how do we do this now? Clearly misplayed this. And I might drop the knight. But if I'm gonna drop it,
do it in style.
Drop it in style. So how do I drop this knight in style now?
No, Paul, Peter, you concentrate on your game. Peter didn't get booted if it's Peter that's the American, you know, and he got a lecture from me after that game because I told him no matter how strong the players, he should never take a draw. So he was definitely better in that game and got a proper lecture from me because it don't matter who the player is, if you're better, you play on and you play. And I remember that game because I said to him after that, he's definitely a strong player, but he need to learn to push hard for the win. And if Peter played chess, we only played once, so don't use the word never, Peter. That was the only game because I don't play. I hadn't played local chess at that time. But you got a significant lecture because I thought you were the future, and I said it to you. Definitely wasn't booted. The only booted was to take the draw offer. You were better in that game.
Alright, so I think I found a funny way to get out of it. Thankfully, it looks like the more I play, the little tactics start coming back. So maybe I really should be playing after all.
Yep. Definitely should be playing. I tell you a trick, you know. The return of Warren.
Alright, is that trick, you know?
Chess is infectious, you know. Once you play it, you have that love for the game, you definitely just have to play it.
Yeah, that's true. Yeah, no, I mean, to be honest with you, I say semi-retired, but I mean, I do have ambitions of returning at some point. It's just, you know how it goes. You have family, you have...
Yeah, responsibilities are significant. But your love for chess never dies. That's the one thing when you're a chess player. Definitely never dies.
Never dies. Alright, just feel like I have a trick here somehow. Yeah, I think there's a trick. I'm not sure it works, but if it doesn't work, at least we had fun doing it. Alright, so the trick I had in mind was to go queen h4, check, king over, then bishop times f2, and then rook takes, then I go rook d1, but then I think he can go back and block with the rook, and the trick doesn't work. So let's forget that trick, and go this way instead. Trick didn't work, folks. Trick didn't work. It's a nice trick to aim for them. Didn't work out at all. Alright, so now I just have to watch my clock. You know what? Let me just stop that pawn. And bring the queen around. And eventually I'll just probably try to pile up on that pawn and win it. How I'm going to win it, I don't know yet, but I figure there will be a way to win it. When one trick doesn't work, you do another. All right. You trying to clock me?
Yep.
Alright, not bad. Like I said, these guys, these kids, I'm telling you, the future is pretty bright. I know Nathaniel, I think, won a Blitz game off Orlando as well too. So we have a lot of interest in juniors.
We have some really strong juniors. And so Warren, before we go into the next game, you know, one of the things we have to talk about, and it's just a catch thing with Mondays with PCI, is your dream team and your sentimental team. And I don't know either, so this will be a surprise for me. So let's take your dream team first. And guys, let's make the distinction. So your dream team is the strongest, your view about the strongest possible 4 Jamaicans sitting down at any one time is. So that's who you'd want to play with to win for Jamaica. But your sentimental team now are the 4 that, irrespective of the age, the generation, the 4 you would, it's like a sentiment you'd love to have beside you when you play. So
sure.
Let's hear your dream team first.
Alright, well, my dream team is gonna be, I think it's fairly obvious. We'll continually have debates about who the strongest players Jamaica has seen, but I believe the evidence shows that these 4 players, have just done wonders over the years. And I think even the older guys, and I'll take a moment to remember Bob. I don't know if we could have a quick moment of silence for Bob. I'm going to mention something that he said, but Robert Wheeler, our dearly beloved national master and one of the founding fathers of chess, passed on recently. And it really affected me. I haven't said a lot on social media and so on because me and Bob had a liking that he professed for me when I was growing up, when I was coming up as a player, and when I sorry, give me a second.
And it's going to be very hard on older players when we talk about Bob. Very emotional. We saw last week with Shane, and Bob is like a daddy to us, older uncle, who really, really, really looked out for us and traveled with us throughout the world. So we have to just give Warren a second. Just a second.
So Bob meant a lot to chess, and sorry, I was just saying that we should give a moment of silence before I mention.
Let's take the 15. Let's take the moment now. So guys, a moment of silence for Bob. Alright, Warren.
So Bob has seen the generation of players because Bob was here from the very start. He's one of the only players that was alive that I could talk to that saw every single player from day one coming down to now. Bob was there when you had the Aaron Tonsons and the Sheldon Wongs and all of the great stalwarts of chess. And I remember one day we had a tournament at Ligani Club. I think some Cubans had come down to play in a tournament there. I think it was in honor of Figueroa, was it?
No, it was Enos Grant. Enos Grant
Figueroa.
Memorial.
Okay. Yeah, but it was a memorial for a older player, and we had two strong international masters. I think one international master and a
Velez,
master,
Velez and Timber.
Yeah.
Nesta Velez.
And at that tournament, I don't know why I'm almost certain it was Figueroa that it was But anyways, at that tournament, I managed to have a discussion with Bob about, who he thought was the best players that he had seen, because he has seen it all. And Bob is not one to say, to give his opinion on those things. I'm sure a lot of people have asked Bob, and I'm 100% sure that he dodged that dot. If he's really close to you, then he might divulge what he thinks. And Bob himself said that these 4 players that I'm about to list are who he thinks. The only one debatable person he threw in there, and that's why I mentioned Figueroa, because I thought it was Figueroa. But the only one debatable person that he threw in it, that he said, should be in the mix as well, was Thomas Figueroa. But the 4 players that I think, I managed to play on the team with these other guys, and wonderful memories. I think you say you're going to interview Ro pretty soon. So
Ro is next week. Yeah.
Nice. When we were in Italy, and we used to call ourselves the Young Gunners, because we were like the youngest on the team at the time. And we're playing on, I think, board 3 and 4.
Yeah.
And just, we're just gunning and taking down people left, right. It's one of my best performances, actually. I was half a point technically away from gaining an international master norm, and that was a 20 game norm, so it would have been good.
Yeah.
But yeah, so these 4 players are who Bob had on his list as well, along with Thomas Figueroa. And he said, well, let me not say he, this is mine, it's my thing. I'm saying that I agree with him. Myself, and this is in no particular order, myself, you of course, Jomo, Shane Matthews, and I think you guys know who the 4th person is Dwayne Rowe.
Yeah.
And don't let rust and recent form and blitz and those things
fool you.
You come on, you play some of these guys, you might play against me, you might play against Rowe, Shane, whatever, and you're competing and stuff because they're at the end of their career. Don't let this fool you. These guys, if you look on the games itself, the quality of the games, and compare them with the other players, I'm telling you, these guys are the best players Jamaica has seen. There are others that you can debate. I mean, there's Neil Fairclough, Orin Thompson himself, Sheldon Wong, Wheeler himself. There's a lot of players, and I've looked on their games. I never saw a lot of them live, but thankfully, like I told you, I used to get those bulletins down in Mobby, and I saw those games, and I was massively impressed. But these 4 players, I believe, they are. That's my dream team. If aliens come down and say, look, we're playing against you for the Earth, and they ask 4 Jamaicans to come and represent, those 4 players are who we're taking on the aliens with.
Agreed. Who is your sentimental team? I'm so interested in this one. Who is your sentimental team?
A few decisions.
Yeah.
All right. So the first one. People are going to debate if this guy is Jamaican or not. Obviously, he's Jamaican. He was born here. Still carries a Jamaican passport. Every time when Ashley was active, and even after he became active, I mean, he became retired and stuff in terms of playing, I always wanted him to be on our team. You remember, I lobbied for that a lot of times. Yeah, man. Federation and stuff. People were saying, he lives in the US, he's going to take a seat away from a youngster or somebody that wants to come up. I'm like, boy, I don't care. I want to see this guy represent Jamaica. I think it would just be good for our culture, and it would, would have better results for sure, because it's a grandmaster. And the exposure that it would give us, I think would have been immense. I know the guy, I met him, and we have a very good relationship. I would have loved to play alongside another grandmaster as well. So Maurice Ashley, it's up for debate as to whether or not, but I would definitely like to play alongside him. That would be a dream of mine. And any GM, it's just that he's the only Jamaican one with Jamaican roots. He didn't start playing his chess in Jamaica, so a lot of people would say, he's really a US gem. But it doesn't matter. He has Jamaican in his blood, and I would definitely play. Sentimentally, I would love to play alongside him. All right. Other person has been somebody I look up to. I don't know him personally. I never met him. I heard stories, and he used to send material down to Montego Bay as well. Orin Thompson, I think used to also go to my former school, Cornwall College. So I always have him as I liked his style, I liked everything, and I was like, boy, if that guy was alive, I'd love to be rubbing shoulders with the Sveshnikov and playing alongside him. So Orin Thompson is the other one, just simply because I liked his style.
He was on my own too, Warren, because he mentored me. And he's why you play the Sveshnikov, by the way, not Neil. Because Thompson taught me, and when I came to it was with Thompson's old moves.
Wow, there were some amazing moves. So Orin Thompson would be the second person. The third person would be this person would be my number 5 player if I ever had a list. So we had to have reserves to the 4 persons on my dream team. Neil Fairclough, I would have loved to play alongside as well. I heard stories about Neil. Thankfully, I managed to meet him. I think we also might have played on a team together in a rapid thing. I'm not sure. I think he came back once to play some rapids, and either I was on his team or I was in the same tournament. But Neil Fairclough, I thought was a very, very strong player, and I only have to look on the quality of the games as well. Very dynamic, and how I could tell is when he came back in his, older age or whatever, and he was annotating some games with us, the man was seeing some variations
quickly,
like this, sharp, quickly. And this is supposed to be a long time retired guy that is rusty and don't know nothing about chess. But yeah, he was really a fantastic player, and he played in some Olympiads and did extremely well as too. I think he has been among our best scorers in the Olympiad. So I would have loved to play alongside him as well. And then my fourth one, we have a story on this because we tried hard to get this guy to play. A lot of complications happened along the way, and we finally got him on the team to complete what would probably be now a big 5.
I remember the year.
For reasons that obviously we're not going to discuss here, he decided not to play. But our first FIDE master, our first homegrown international player, Grantel Gibbs, I would have loved to play some chess alongside.
It's funny, you see me looking down, I'm actually talking to Gibbs because I'm telling him, I'm on with Gibbs right now because he's checked it out, and I am telling him how the youngsters are asking for him to come, because I saw Nash, I saw a number of them saying that they want to see Gibbs, so I messaged him and he's up now, and he said he's jumping on, so hopefully he'll jump on in time. But I've sent him the messages from out of the group showing him that Jamaica still wants to learn from Gibbs, so he's all thrilled and online now. So it's nice that he heard that.
Grantel was a really strong player in his time as well. It's a pity, one of the things I would ask you to spearhead as well, Jomo, if you could find some of those games of the old masters.
That's what.
And you drop it in your Twitch thing where you're annotating or analyzing. So just some of the.
When you went away, Warren, when you went away, I announced that Wednesday we start the program Walk Down Memory Lane, where it's just that. So we started with Kevin Brown, and Shane will be doing some Wheeler Zone, but Kevin will come and do his game. Wong, I trying to get in touch with Sheldon because I wanted Sheldon to do his. So I actually want the players, if they're alive, to come on and do. So on Wednesday, Kevin will do his, Shane will do Bob's, and I'm still reaching out to see if Sheldon will come and do his. So that is on Wednesdays. Mondays we'll have the interview. On Wednesdays we'll have the walk down memory lane in order to have to do that. And it's important to have them talking about the game.
Yeah. I want to touch on that a little bit about the importance of studying your history, right? when Gary Kasparov did the little sprint where he was working with Magnus Carlsen, right? Magnus Carlsen was already #1 player in the world, right? He's already super strong. And what Gary Kasparov said is that the very first thing that he started to help Magnus with was with understanding chess history and studying games of the past and just understanding the culture and how it actually got you to where you were. Magnus Carlsen, in his own admission, didn't really study a lot of the old masters. He was just ridiculously talented, and you know, he could just play chess well. Of course, he did work, but he really never did a lot of history. And Kasparov said it's the first thing that, you know, he started to go through with him. And I think it was around the time when he was promoting his book as well, so it came in hand. And we saw what happened after that. Not only was Magnus Carlsen now the #1, which he already was, he was #1, well, what seems to be now an eternity, right? He actually got stronger because of it, and he admitted it himself. You guys can do the research and you'll see. So I think on our local level, of course, we have to study Grandmaster games and stuff like that. But on our level, trust me, just starting by looking back at those old games, the inspiration that comes from it, the understanding of you know, where chess is coming from, what it takes to move forward and stuff like that. Believe me, it's gonna work wonders if you do that. So yeah, sorry, just wanted to touch on that. Was it a question that you had asked me?
So yeah, it was a sentimental team, and that led down that line. So Warren, list your team one by one, that they have a complete sentimental team.
Come again?
So just list it, that they have the complete, because you insured all of them, so just list it, that we hear clearly your sentimental team.
Sentimental team: Maurice
Ashley.
Orin Tonsing. Grantel Gibbs.
Yeah.
And Neil Fairclough.
Okay, excellent team. Wonderful sentimental team. Alright guys, we move into the last of Warren's game. And again, I don't know if you remember this game, Warren. It's against a future US Women's Champion. And why I chose this game, and I saw Peter shouting out group, and much respect to Group Peter, but what this game did was show me I had you know, I'm a theory man. I've always been a theory man, but also independent theory, because you always say one of the things with me is that the imagination, so we always get that independent theory, and this was one of the games where the independent theory for us came up, and it was put on a world stage against a world-class player, and showed that the theory that we cooked up in the camp was world-class. Thereafter, because I see Nash being surprised. Nash, the things we have done have been played both in Women's World Champion and Men's World Champion. If you remember the Lake against Rajabov game, where the line of the Nimzo went straight down. So it's a lot of our theory has been played internationally, and because of the work with the Ukraine chess school, a lot of it were played out by the Ukraine players, and we had the honor of even what I'm writing for New in Chess. So there are articles on openings, Nash, that have been written and co-written by us that many people don't know. Many people don't know. So it's an era of Jamaican chess where it came to the actual theoretical work before computers, where we hardly got to play a lot of it ourselves. A lot of it was actually played out by grandmasters and international masters. I remember Ponomarev played one of my lines, and I was thrilled when Ponomarev played one of my lines. And what was always cool is to get the notice before that, hey, we might be using this line. It was always fantastic, and then shouted and said, Warren. So this was one of the times we actually got to use our lines and show the game. You may not remember all of it, but it was fascinating because we had all of it on the board before without computers.
I'll show it for sure.
Without computers.
Yep. With little or no help from computers back in the day. Again, no surprise, this is coming in another special.
Yeah, 1 second, just for even thing there. if Shiraz, you're in the group, remember when you reached out to Lenderman? What did Lenderman say to you? Because that was the New York group we worked with Warren. And I remember Shiraz reaching out to Lenderman. And is Shiraz still in the crowd? If Shiraz still in the crowd, I'd love to see what Lenderman had said to him. Alright, Warren.
Yeah, man. Alright, so I'm playing against Nazi. I can't even pronounce her last name. But Nazi went on to become women's champion of the United States. Very strong player. And she is a former women's champion of the States. At this time, I'm playing her when she's coming up. And I remember when the game was done, she ran over to me and she said, hey, what is that? What is that line? And so, because these guys, when they're coming up in it, they're heavily prepared as well. Just as much as we think that we're theoretically prepared. You can imagine what they're doing with their grandmaster coaches and stuff. She's never seen this before. It hit her like a brick. And this is something that we've been working on for a long time. I don't think this is the first game I got it in. I think I got it in something before.
Yeah.
Definitely this was...
But this was the one on the world stage. Which was why it was so good for us.
Yeah. So, alright. So, playing against Paikidze, something like that. Mm-hmm. And here comes another Sveshnikov. And at the time, this was all the rave. As a matter of fact, the Sveshnikov was under threat because of this particular
C4
line in it, where they go bishop times f6, bishop takes, and then now go c4. Now normally the main move here is c3, and there are many different ways to play against a Sveshnikov, but this c4 line was being recommended in every single material, everything that was coming out, any DVD, any little thing. C4 was what people were talking about. So if I was going to continue playing the Sveshnikov, I had to have something against this line. And me and Jomo worked tirelessly at the time. I think I was happy because this was one of the few times we played a lot of each other's opening. But this was one of the few times when we were playing the same opening at the same time. So it was even more fun because we could blaze all of these ideas with each other. And at the time, the main move was to push past the b4, and you get a sort of positional game. Lots of theory on it. At the time, it really wasn't doing so well. White was just kicking, you know. Nowadays, I think b4 is still acceptable. It's good. There's nothing that black has to worry about. But it had to go through a couple of years of beating before you could figure out that, you know, hold on, should we stop playing this Sveshnikov or what? We came up with a much more dynamic move, and we did a lot. I'm telling you, Jomo, I just looked back. I found the files on this, by the way.
Oh, nice.
And believe me, it's thick. It's thick. So this is the move we came up with, knight d4. At the time, I mean, nowadays you do have some people that still play knight d4. It sacrifices material instantly, and it looks to be just a stupid move. But it's very, very dynamic, leads to a lot of complicated play. Many lines, I'm telling you. To this day, I think we still have some things that I think are relevant to the theory in this knight d4 line against c4.
Yeah, man.
So anyways, knight d4, it sacrifices a pawn because obviously the person can just take on b5. And when Nazi saw this move, she took a good while before she played. She had never seen knight d4 before, obviously. She has been used to all the other things. You know, the same women's world champion that you mentioned, geez, why I can't remember her name. She has a sister that plays as
man,
well.
they typed it, it's just that I can't pronounce it.
Ah, okay.
Yeah.
Later on, she started to play this knight d4 line as well.
That was from Timo. That was from Timo. That's what I was saying. I got the call before. So when she ran it out in the women's world champ, it was going to run.
Yeah, man, and she eat up quite a bit of food.
Yeah. With
this line afterwards. I played this out here locally as well. And I don't think to this day that I've lost a game in this particular line. Anyway, so pawn takes b5, you go for the pawn. And here, instead of taking back, we go bishop b7 at first. The idea is similar in all Sveshnikov. You're really trying to get that knight to be swapped for a pawn there, right? And if a pawn is there, then your weakness, the big weakness that you have in the Sveshnikov, is actually gone. So bishop b7 is a very interesting move. It continues to sacrifice material. I mean, you could take this way, or you could probably push past and try to hold it, which is what she did. She played b6 in this position, but it turned out that it wasn't so good. I think her idea is that she's gonna have the two pass pawns, or the two potential outside pass pawns on this side, and if she just gets her king safe, then everything should be fine. So she gives back the material, but I mean, our evaluation was that this position was really, really good for black, and it proved it. I mean, she tried to develop now. She goes bishop to b3. I think she found at this point that it was really a bit difficult to develop her pieces. Even the pawn at b2 looks a little suspect. But we had gone through this already. Even this very bishop d3 move, we had looked at.
We had looked at all of it. That was funny.
Yeah, man. And we realized it was more important to win this pawn instead of the b pawn here. So we go with queen a5 and then take back on d5. And after that, I think, yeah, the position is really good for black. Of course, you still have to convert. I mean, yes, it looks good, but he still has these potential outside pass pawn. So yeah, but I think I definitely won the opening battle here, and it's just a matter of trying to convert the position. So I could see the frustration in her face. I think when eventually the position got to improve more and more, I think she just decided to resign. But you still have to win a one game. You get the prep and everything, but you still have to win it, right? So I'm pushing the pawn in the middle, not just to control the big center, but to also stop the knight from coming back to c4. She goes f3 to stop ideas of e4 as well, which would open the long diagonal for that bishop. So I went g6. I think the idea initially is just to move the bishop back and then probably play f5 as well and get a massive center. She goes knight back, and then of course rook belong on open file. It's one of the reasons why I like the Sveshnikov. I mean, I don't think I'll ever stop playing the Sveshnikov. It offers really dynamic play. And yeah, what else to say? I like dynamic play. So it goes b3, and then the other rook comes on the open file. Simple chess, you just bring your pieces to their best squares. It was rook f2, and now I move back the bishop to try and go for that f5 idea. She goes h4. I mean, she's trying to get some form of counterplay around there. Rook c6 threatens to double the pawn and also defend along here just in case any foolishness comes around. So he goes queen back, and then now I bring the other rook over. It's a commanding position, but it's not so easy to find a clear plan to exploit it. I mean, white looks a little tied up, but there's no clear plan as yet. So it goes queen up, and I'm just trying to get my pieces onto the most active squares. I'll give you another lesson. Sometimes if you find yourself in a position where you can't find a clear plan, or you can't find a clear tactic or anything like that, easiest thing to do is to just improve your worst piece. Any piece you think is your worst piece, you just improve it. And believe me, as you keep doing that little by little, the tactics will come, the ideas will come, something will happen to the opponent's position as long as you improve your pieces. Very, very simple concept, but extremely important to remember in times when we can't find direct plans. So here, yeah, my bishop looks good on g7, but I think it looks a little bit better on h6, so I just improve my worst piece. She went king there. It's hard for her to find moves, and voila. Piece that was on g7 is now on f4, and it's threatening all kind of dangerous thing. I think this is where she threw the tower.
Yeah.
Because yes, I plus up a pawn, but the position is overwhelming. She can't find moves. She was visibly frustrated, because you can imagine after looking at, she must have seen games of me playing a Sveshnikov before, and after doing all of that work to come in and still get, you know,
knight d4.
d4. She was visibly upset. She came to me and asked after, what is that move? How do I play against that move? She wasn't here. She just, in her head, boy, c4 is what everybody's touted. But something must be wrong with knight d4. It looked like I just trick her. And I said, look, it's not a bad move. You should check it out. I didn't know she would continue to do that. But what I can tell you, she went on to become the National Champion of the United States.
Yeah.
And that's no mean feat. So she continued her work and she kept doing well. Good game, good choice.
Yeah, you know, these are the games I enjoy. And Warren, we may not get to look at the game for your favorite player, but you need to talk when we come back. You're going over to play one more Blitz game.
Wait, more Blitz?
One more. So one more Blitz game. You know, it's Blitz and Coffe, and the Coffe done 2 times over.
Coffe done twice. It's juice now.
So you know, it's the first person to challenge you. You click that button in.
All right.
So that's yet one. Give a little while. Who has come up?
Nobody yet.
Okay. Let's see the first person. Couple of them Anands.
Man, slow on the trigger today. Tired.
Trust me, you get more Blitz game today than you have had in the last year.
No, why?
Alright, so first person to challenge Warren. That's the person to play. Yeah, who is that?
I see Peter T13.
Well, click Peter T. Let's go. That's Peter Thomas, I figure.
Oh, Grams.
Yeah, man, Grams in the house.
Oh, alright, cool. Well, me and Grams have had some epic battles over the years. Alright, so we sticking to little themes that we might be able to understand. Peter Thomas says, whoa, alright. Peter Thomas just playing it safe, I guess. Alright. So we're not getting any bank or anything like that tonight. Looks like we're getting something like a Stonewall. I mean, a London. Alright, let's go in it. Yeah. Peter T, man. Catch me in my rusty state. Yeah, Peter Thomas is a, you know, I don't know if he's hearing me or anything, but a very strong player from the Camperdown era.
Yep.
Peter is doing it a funny way. Let's go knife here. Pondered about Bishop F5 before. I still think this is supposed to be okay for me. That move seems a little strange, but alright. Take some space there. Everything is all locked up. This is what London players dream about sometimes. So, no surprise here. I think I'm supposed to be fine here. Black is fine. Obviously not winning or anything like that, but you haven't really set black any problems.
Yeah, no questions asked yet.
Yeah, and I've now gotten rid of my double pawn thing, so yeah, should be alright. Just need to find a plan. Whoa, I don't think that move was playable, was it? Alright, which would take which? Alright, let's take with the bishop. Maybe knight takes was interesting. But this should still be fine. I think I have a lot of space on the queen side, so now I must be better. Should be better at least. Whoa. Of course, Peter is always a dynamic player, you know, so you have to watch out for this guy. But I just feel like that A pawn is going to be weak. There's a pin on C6. So yeah, it's interesting. It's interesting. All right. Something feels like something shouldn't be right here for him, but I can't seem to figure out what it is. So I'll just have to just play fast and just see where it leads. Let's take that pawn. Alright. No, obviously he's gonna take on d5. Alright, so let's try to take back with the knight if he does that. Yeah, he has obviously, I think, gotten past the worst. So now I just need to play quickly. Alright, let's castle. This is maybe not the best way to go, seeing as I'm dropping material, but didn't have a choice, did I? This position is so strange. I don't know what's really happening. Should I mix it up that way? Not sure that move is good, but it looks interesting. Something told me that should have lost the bishop c2, so how can he still play it? I don't think he could. I think he had to play rook b2 and yeah, almost certain he had to play rook b2 and not drop the exchange. So here I should be better. It's an exchange, right? But he does have that pass pawn, so I need to get active and get active fast. Not even quite sure how I'm going to win this because that pass pawn is really annoying. But probably I should just try to get my king over to stop it. And then when my king is stopping it, then I can release my knight and try to do some damage with it. So yeah, I'm just gonna run over there with my king no matter what he does. I'm just gonna run king all the way over to c6 and then I figure out the rest from there. And so now that my knight is free, I can start getting active with it. Now probably I should keep the pieces on the board. So it's active. That's the most active place I think the knight can go. But no, still can't find a way to break through. He's playing pretty well too, trying to hold up everything. Probably should swap now. Probably not. Probably shouldn't have swapped now. But the knight is pretty good in the close positions. So probably that wasn't the best idea. But alright. So the knight is good in close positions, but if I can somehow manage... Oh no, I can't just run around with my king like that. What am I doing? can't run and leave the pawn. So I'm not sure that this is the way I should have gone at all. But let's see. Time is of the essence. Right, you know what? Pass pawn should be pushed. Let's just push it. Oh yeah, he has 1-2, doesn't he? Pass pawn should be pushed, but he has 1-2. Let's see. I think that should support pawn, and it should be over now. Played well, Grams. You're not rusty, Grams. Let me say rusty. Rusty, man.
That was fun. That was definitely fun, Warren. So, talk to me. Who is your favorite player of all time?
Oh, yeah. So I said that I grew up having Buck Vinnick as my initial idol. When I started to get really serious into chess and watching top games live and all of those things, nobody stood out more to me than Veselin Topalov. Like I told you, I used to get some newsletters in Montego Bay, and I also used to get informants every now and then. I'm almost certain that Grantel sent me down an informant. I think I remember that informant 49. Always stick to me.
So sorry, I think only the old players are Shane how she old, me too. So it's Chess Ninja. Only the old players can understand that every old player have a favorite informant. That informant that use more than any. My own one was 65. My own informant 65 had a green cover. I remember the book up to now. Informant 65 was my favorite informant. Your own was what?
49.
49.
I literally think I looked through every single game in that book. Because we never had anything else, you know what I mean?
Yeah, man.
Yeah, man. And in that book, I noticed, like I said, I used to try to look on how grandmasters play and try to see what's different about what they're doing than we are. And there was a lot of games in that one with Veselin Topalov. And every single game Veselin Topalov played, he was sacrificing the exchange. I kid you not. If I look on 10 games, in 10 of them, there's an exchange set. And there's complete dynamism and activity going on the board. And I used to love that as a player. You probably noticed that everybody I mentioned that, I watched and liked what they were doing. They were active players. Veselin Topalov was the king of that. Activity was, material didn't mean anything when it comes down to that. I was thoroughly impressed with how he used to play. And then it didn't help, it helped more, that he went on to become world champion. And that tournament was one of the tournaments where I was watching live, as the moves come. And Veselin Topalov played in a tournament with all the strong guys at that time and eventually won it. He was just one of my favorite players.
I remember him in San Luis. That San Luis tournament.
That's it. And he, of course, I was happy to have met him. He probably didn't know how much, I admire him and stuff like that. I tried to model my play around him. But yeah, Veselin Topalov. For those who don't know him, now he's on the retiring end, but you should really check out some of those games. You'll be impressed.
So, Warren, we won't go through the analysis, but I need you to walk through this game because this is Topalov against Anand, and whoa, what a game it is. And for what I have done, Warren, is for subscribers to the channel, the study that you have, I'll make the study available to them. So they'll have all the analysis in there and everything for anybody who subscribes to the channel. So the analysts in here they'll have and will be able to go through. So just walk through that they can see your favorite game, and this is Topalov against Anand.
Veselin Topalov against this Jonathan Anand. I think this was in the year when he actually became world champion in 2005. It was probably one of his best years ever. He was number one in the world and all of that. And he's playing against Anand here, who is, Anand needs no introduction, right?
Yeah, man.
So he's playing white.
Step away a second while you walk them through.
Yeah, man, no problem. I mean, I won't go through any detailed analysis of this game and stuff because it's so rich and complicated that I can't pretend that I knew everything that was going on in this game. But it's one of my favorite games of Topolov. It shows him in his element. And this, I think, is probably one of the top 100 games ever for sure. Probably could Google it and see. Anyway, so a Queen's Indian defense, and of course Topolov is always going to take the most active route, and here already plays an amazing move. Knight e to g5. I'm trying to remember, it was a novelty at the time, but I don't think Anand knew what his idea was. Knight g5 looks like you're trying to discourage the person from castling or something like that. So when Anand went out and played c5, which looks good, guy played g3, this bishop is lining up on the diagonal along there. What is white doing? When he reeled out this move, telling you, I'm sure, I mean, I can't imagine the look on Anand's face when Topolov goes d5, and after pawn takes, he just sacrifices on f7. I'm like, what? What? There's no, like, you can't see the follow-up. There's no follow-up. He just sacks his knight. Keeps the king in the center, you know, and you don't see what the aim is for moves upon moves. So, you don't see what's going on here. This was one of the most amazing sacrifices. It must have been.
For people who don't know what an informant look like, had to get up that they can see what was better than gold. Boy, just for the youngsters, and as you can see, every page
gold, man.
Gold, annotated straight through.
That was the first chess base. If you
Yeah,
want to call
man.
it.
So this is the great informant going all the way back. Yeah, man.
Yeah, I'm sad that that culture has died down. I think they went to CDs now or something, but
yeah,
informant was just really amazing. So yeah, knight times f7. I don't know if he found this over the board or this is some home prep or something, but anyway you take it, that's an amazing move to just play. Because after king times f7, there's no way to just get back your knight. You're about to lose the pawn on d5 as well. What on earth is going on here? And Topolov just coolly goes castle. Yo, Jomo, you don't even understand. This is like Mikhail Tal, you know? There's actually a Topolov game where he played, see if you guys can follow this move order. He goes e4, e5, knight f3, knight f6, knight times e5, that's a Petrov, right? Pawn to d6, and then he just sacks on f7. And this is a super grandmaster playing against other super grandmasters, you know. Really amazing. So anyways, like I said, I won't comment a whole lot on the moves and stuff because I can't pretend that I understood all of these ideas. It just amazes me. So he goes bishop d6, I suppose, to stop some knight e5 ideas. There's a lot of analysis on this, but it does turn out that white is actually better. Even though it's down material and all kind of stuff. It's very hard to defend stuff like this on the board. So it goes knight h4, the bishop goes back, rook e1. Look at all these cool moves that he's just doing, you know, while he's down a piece. So knight there, and now rook e6. Oh, that's another sack, you know. That's one more piece that the man just put in the middle of nowhere, you know. Just amazing. That's amazing. Topolov, I don't know, these moves. And there's more to come in this one game. So obviously you can't take it. Don't ask me why, but as Topolov say, you can't take it, right?
And the analysis is in the study, so anybody contact me, you can
subscribe, they'll get it.
Man.
So knight d4, he goes, takes it off, and then bishop. All these cool moves. The man just not ignoring all the pieces on prey and stuff. So d5 comes, takes it off, and then bishop back. Apparently that wasn't such a good idea. But knight g6, and believe it or not, even though white is down so much material, he's completely winning. So knight takes d5, and of course, Topolov, more sacrifices. There might be other ways to win, isn't it?
But none prettier than Topolov way, boy.
Sweet, neater than the way Topolov deal with the matter, man. One more sack on the skin. So knight takes, and I'm sure Topolov is running out of pieces now, right? He goes bishop check, king up. So he take back the rook, and ignore it. Queen e4, apparently best try. It looks like he's getting some little perpetual thing, but look at Topolov king run in the middle. If somebody saw this in an amateur game and they saw just this position with the king on e1, they would curse the amateur player, why him don't castle? But Topolov run out in the middle and is able to calculate that this is going nowhere. And as all major attacks go, it dwindles down to an end game where white is up a pawn. And in true style, his form of technique is not going to look like Kramnik or any person like that. He's going to have some real active way. So even in this end game, he manages to put his pieces to work together to put pressure on the king. And now, most people will tell you that in an end game, even though two pieces are better than a rook, you normally prefer the rook in an end game on an open board because, you know, the rook prefers those type of position. So if you're trying to survive and you're down two pieces against the rook, you should take it out in the middle game. Try to go to the end game as fast as you can if you have the rook. So I'm sure this is what Anand is thinking, that, you know, he has some drawing chances here because the rook is extremely active. And look, the rook is already clapping off some pieces and stuff like that. But Topolov grabs a bunch of pawns over there. And even though this pass pawn looks dangerous, watch how the man neatly weaves up a mating pattern with just those pieces over that side. And this look losing, you know. This look like, I mean, the man is about to queen and everything. And he goes, check. And watch this fantastic move. I wonder if anybody can find it. But I mean, he had to see all of this because pawn is about to queen. Alright, I don't know if anybody's going to find it.
Everybody in awe right now, Warren.
But he goes knight f5. Massive. You can't
wow.
So you can even queen the pawn if you want. But this is pretty nice finish and a nice game from Topolov. This was one of many games that made me attracted to him. He plays ridiculously dynamic. Not as attacking as like a Mikhail Tal, but the dynamism, the complications on the board is just amazing.
It's exceptional. Yeah. Wow, what a game. What a game. And this, I can see why this is your favorite game. Warren, though you know how humble the man is, have to take a minute out to big up Grantel Gibbs. Thank you for the follows. Yeah. Much appreciated, guys. But Grantel is in the audience. Grantel, big up. This is an honor to have you. You know we're negotiating to have you on within the next couple weeks, but it's an honor to have you here, sir. You're a godfather, local chess. The way you did it inspired Warren, it inspired me. And you know how much you saw at age group, how much you mentor, so it means a lot to have you on the stream. And I know for Warren, it's an honor that the first time you come on is when you heard that Warren is on. So, big up, sir. Grantel, you know how much you mean to us. So,
definitely go.
Yeah, man. And what a fascinating game. So, Warren, before we move to the game of the week, there are a couple questions I got from you. So, you know, my son asked one question before, so he's not in the thing there, and he asked, what were the challenges you faced to improve? And he said that chess players will always run up into a wall, and Avatar Chess, big up. And he wanted to know, in your career, what were the challenges you faced and how did you overcome them?
Alright, so I'll tell you two. I'll tell you a chess challenge and a non-chess challenge, right?
Yeah.
The chess challenge I mentioned earlier, I managed to reach to a point where, okay, alright, so I was number one in Jamaica, right? And I had the highest rating that any Jamaica has ever gotten. So things are looking, you know, fantastic. But however, I couldn't pass that, and still to this day, I mean, life caught up with me and I just never continued like really, you know, serious chess and everything. But I couldn't pass that little plateau or whatever you want to call it. Because you reach the top of your field in your circles, but now I need to move further, and I somehow couldn't overcome the hump. Like I told you, Ivan Chuk mentioned the reasons for that and what I needed to do. So that big challenge, that was probably one of the biggest one. Just being able to adapt to international chess and to play at a higher level than you've achieved. I can say that I did make some progress when I started to get more and more opportunities to play abroad, and that's one of the reasons why I always push to try and make the Olympiad team, because it's one of the tournaments that you get to play against very strong opponents. I love to travel and everything, but that was the main reason. It's one of the few tournaments where you might get help from the federation and so on to go to. So that was one of the biggest hurdles. I managed to pass it for a little, but then life caught up, and hey, I had to focus on other responsibilities and stuff like that. The other one now is something that is not chess tangible. To fulfill that same thing that I just said, that you have to travel abroad and play, it requires money. All right, it requires funding, and unfortunately, chess didn't reach to a point where you could get like brand sponsorship and stuff like that. No matter how well you were doing, it was difficult to attract sponsors. And believe me, guys, if you don't travel to play against tougher opposition, you will not reach your full potential. But like I said, it requires money. So I remember the very first time I was a youngster, and I didn't grow up in a rich family per se or anything like that. I managed to make the Olympiad team for the very first time as a youth, a youngster. I don't know if at the time, I probably wasn't the youngest person on the Olympiad team, I don't know. But it felt like, because everybody was talking about how young I was at the time, and me and Mario Marshall were close to age, and here we were on this Olympiad team. A lot of things work out to actually make me make the team, but hey, I made it, right? Now, in those days, you don't have funding any at all from anywhere. Federation writes you a letter to say, hey, guess what? You've made the team, but you're going to need X amount of money. And we have to now find ways to dig that money. Now, to travel to Russia, where that Olympiad was a lot of money. When I say a lot of money, Jomo, I
remember.
Right?
I live this moment with you.
It's still expensive to go to travel to somewhere like Russia these days, much less back in them times. So anyways, I digged and I called up every family member. I did everything I could do to try and put funds towards. I begged, I asked for help from different persons, friends as well, to try and put all of that money to come together. And after tirelessly asking anybody that I think could help out, I was still short, Joe. I was still short. You can imagine raising thousands of money, which in those days felt like millions, right? And you're still short. We had to come up with the money for a certain time to get it booked, to book the tickets and all of those things. And way back in the days, they had this thing where, they probably still have it now, I don't know, but they had this thing where there was a bottle truck, bottles that used to come, in the community or whatever, and people would collect bottles from wherever they can and put it in crates and stuff like that. Mostly like, I suppose they, poorer set of people would be doing stuff like that, because in those times you get like maybe a $5 or something for a bottle. And my grandmother said to me, hey, there's some bottles around the back, maybe you can, collect them up and thing and see. I go around the back and I collect up every single bottle I could find and put it in crates. Even after I do that, it was still not enough. So now I start moving around the community to collect bottles, Jomo. I kid you not. Just imagine walking up and down on the street.
I remember, my brethren. That's what made me realize you're serious about chess. I remember.
Anything, there's no way I was gonna miss this opportunity to play on the Olympiad team. I had to find a way. And I walked up and down. As shameful as it might, have been in those times.
Nothing shameful, my brethren. You had a dream, and you had to fulfill it.
Yes, exactly. And it's something that I want to push.
If you know, Warren, this is one of the things I walk with straight through. Dream. You can never let it go. You have to have a dream, and you hold on to that dream. And at that moment, I realized that you held on to your dreams.
Yeah, man. Anything
Dream
at all.
Black,
That,
thank you for following. Yeah, man.
Yeah, man. When I'm done, I mean, a ton of crates, pile up and stuff like that. And then I walk down with them one by one with the crates. Got enough money from the truck that was, purchasing those bottles. Put everything together. And that's not even half of the story, because that's one. But after everything got together, you don't have the pocket money, you don't have all those things, but made it happen, Yeah. So one of the biggest obstacles I've had to overcome in general is just that. It's just the financial obstacle. To play better, to do better, you have to be able to fund a lot of things. Training, and I must thank you for that, Jomo, because technically I got training like pretty much for free, right? And some of the best training possible. I got to be in a camp full of books. I mean, I never see so much chess books in my life, and every day, even when you went out to work and stuff like that, and I'm at home, hear me at home, I'm at your home.
Which was your house?
Which was my house pretty much. A lot of summers, my entire summer was spent there. And I would just dive into those books and would come home and check progress and all of that. And it was, trust me, you can't pay for that. There's no way I could afford that back then. And again, unfortunately, if I didn't have something like that, I couldn't move my chest to where it moved. And I don't know if I told you, but in general, you realize you sacrificed a lot, Jomo, because you weren't playing as much. It's almost like you were just helping me. So much to the point where you're at the top of Jamaican chess, and here I am, your protege or whatever you call, passing you in terms of rating. So that sacrifice, I mean, I must thank you for that back in those days. I don't know if you realize you were sacrificing, you're doing it because, you're you, but I must thank you for those times. So yeah, biggest obstacle, financial, and then also that plateau that I faced in trying to raise my level.
Alright, wow. And the chat is saying inspirational, and trust me, I lived through, so I know what you did, and I knew therefore where you would be. Still, you owe me an IM, and I'm not going to stop till I get that IM out of you. People don't understand me, but I have a couple people and a couple youngsters that are marked for IM and GM, and my drive once I mark it, and I still need that IM out of you. You owe me an IM. You owe me one. I was actually not supposed to get the IM before you. That wasn't my plan. That you know that. That was not my plan.
I know.
That was never my plan.
It would have brought you more joy had I
it would have. Because it just wasn't my plan. Just that I started playing back chess and I hit farm. It wasn't my plan. My plan was always you getting it. And that plan has not stopped. And I have a plan for a couple of youngsters, one of which you're about to showcase. So every week we have nominations for Game of the Week, guys. And last week you saw it about a vote, but this week I can't put this to the vote. This week was just one man announcing, not just to Jamaica but to the world. It's not even a man, one young man of 14 years announcing to the world that he has some aspirations and they'd better listen to him. And in so doing, he took out the US National Under 14 Champion and the world number 4 Under 14 in so doing. And while I normally would say we go to the vote, this one can't vote. This one is just what it is. And big up Darren. And for big up Valence also, who took out a WIM and a 24-odd player. So big up Valence. He did very well this week also. Just the wrong week because this game fell in there, boy. It's just the wrong week. But well done, Darren. And we're going to showcase the Game of the Week, Warren. Walk through.
Yeah,
so it's up. And just walk through Game of the Week for me.
Alright, let's see it. So Game of the Week. Young Darren, our under 14 champion, against super strong under 14 champion. It's chapter 6, right?
Yeah, chapter 6 is there. I brought it there for you.
So I watched a part of this game while it was going on, and Darren is playing white against this extremely good player. And by the way, big up Darren, you play one of my favorite lines as well. I play the same-ish you know, quite often, wait, didn't I just play the same against Glaves? And you see that type of attack that can come sometimes, you know? If you're not rusty, then you'll definitely finish off a lot of people sometimes. Interesting opening. So yeah, I didn't know you're playing this though, Darren, but this is good if you did some work on it.
A couple of them, Valence and Nathan Watch, a couple in our group has the same-ish in their rep.
Yeah, man, very, very good system if you do the work.
Yeah.
So it goes knight GE2, another way to play it, and then D5. This early D5 though, I don't know. I know.
Knight C1 and Rook C, Knight C1 and Rook C1 are more topical and more to the point.
Right.
But this throws out 2,900 players.
Exactly.
who have studied Rook C1 and Knight C1.
Hey, that's how you get them in the moment. You throw them off, man.
Yes.
Throw them off. He probably well booked up all of this theory. And Darren lick him with an early D5. He's now on his own. Let's play some chess, you know? Excellent. So, knight E5. Oh, the knight belongs over there. I think there might be some ideas where you go knight A5 and push B5, but I don't know. So let's just enjoy the game. Knight D4. And now go C5. Alright, knight C2. This is nice as well, Darren. Just keeping the position solid. Alright, so now black looks like he's getting some counterplay on the queen side. B5 does look interesting, but white is still perfectly fine. H5. Oh, you're just castle over there. So of course, there's no way you can go on the queen side anymore. So castle and just keep your solid position. And then A3 to prevent any counterplay with B4. Whoa, no! He actually has an idea of his own. B4. Oh, you know this idea, man. You get this idea from Darren. What do you know about this B4 thing? You just didn't play that against Glaves. Oh no, you played before me.
Yep.
Yeah, this B4 is well, the idea comes up in the same-ish a lot of times. A lot of times people think you just play the same-ish because of some kingside attack. But there's some positional things to it as well. And I'm sure Darren understands what he's doing, so I won't to elaborate. Let's just enjoy the game. So B4, knight F to D7, and now rook AB, AB1. Knight is coming around to the C4 square, of course. Yeah, good idea there. Save the bishop because you don't want to lose that dark square bishop. How else are you going to contest his? Black does look like he has pretty good play, to be honest. But white is still solid. I don't see any clear mistake or anything like that as yet. And now you have a solid pass pawn. So black has activity, but white has the structural advantages. So knight jump around. Yeah, black is playing very, very active, man. I like that Darren is just keeping cool, not cracking under pressure, and still trying to find counterplay. Yeah, man, you can't find a counterplay on the king side, so might as well go to the queen side, right? So now those pawns look massive. I mean, a lot of people would crumble on this. I mean, black does look extremely active. I think from what I know of Darren so far, he's pretty solid, and it's going to take more than just throwing pieces around his king, you know, to get him out. But the guy's trying. And nice, Darren. Eye the F5 square. Yeah, you know what I like about Darren Jomo? His positional feel is, you know, the funny thing is he kind of reminds me of you, you know, I'll tell you.
Yep.
I don't know so it kind of reminds me of you. His style is similar. It's very solid, but there's a little hint of dynamism to it. Yeah, it really does have a very strong future, for sure. I mean, quickly, this is probably a blitz game or a rapid game, right?
Yeah.
Quickly, he eyes the F5 square and he just jumps over to it. And then look at this. Fixing the pawn on A6. Because maybe, who knows, maybe later on it could become a weakness. All these are just nice positional moves that I like. Whoa, wait a second, what's happening here? Man, lick him with a tactic, man. So you can't take on d5 because the knight on f5 is hanging. Nice little move there. Nice little move from the kid. So you just snapped that pawn.
Yeah, here you had knight e7, Warren. So I was watching it live and I was commentating and I was calling for knight e7.
No, yes, queen takes d5.
Yeah.
Not knight.
Queen takes and knight, and knight e7.
So, yeah, then when rook takes, then knight e7.
You know what the funny thing was? When I showed knight e7 out, Terence was saying, no, queen d5 first. Moses working on him chessing up. Yeah, so right here he had the tactics. Because I was commentating this game.
Yeah, that would be a nice tactic.
Yeah.
He just grabs up. Oh, but hold on, wait a second. Does he have
there's no checking us, so when you take back the queen, you're up a piece.
No, I'm saying can't he play queen here?
Yeah, that was the defense to it. But white's still better. Slightly better. So queen f5 was the defense to it.
Yeah. Interesting.
So really interesting.
Yeah.
So had they checked out Pitterson chess on the day, they'd have seen all of that played in the South Korea match.
Neat. Alright, so the queen moved back instead. And then bishop here. Rook d1. And yeah, he's down material 3, 4, 5, 6. But he still is very active. Yeah, man, if you're down, you have to be as active as you possibly can. Oh, the tactic reach him anyways. Nice little setup. Because it does look like, yeah, like after rook there, it looks like black covers all the threats. And then he's just going to try to figure out a way to start pushing the pawns. But it's a nice tactic. Do your tactics, guys.
Yep.
Do your tactics. 97. Now this is probably with short time on the clock too, right?
Yeah. Saw it instantly.
Nice. Alright, nice. Well, I see why this is game of the week. Apart from the fact that it's, a very strong player.
The way it's played.
Yeah.
And then the clinical finish.
Not cracking under pressure. This is what you see, this resistance kind of thing. Because I'm sure black was better, right? But this same kind of resistance is something that Darren, I think, has naturally, right? Like, you don't just beat him. You can throw the pieces at him and stuff like that. But he has
hang around. To hang around.
To resist.
Yeah.
Yeah. And when it came off here, and now he's just converting. Oh, ouch. Alright, yeah.
Game done.
So game done. It looked like it continued for a couple moves, but to be honest, game done. He's not gonna mess this up. Swap off the materials, stop all the danger. Another exit. Hey, he showed a lot of good technique here, you know. Could get dangerous, so you just get rid of everything. And now, yeah, it's pretty done. More pawns coming off. Not even looking for mate yet, just grabbing off everything. Yeah, the guy can resign here still, so I'm just flashing through these moves. Guy make a final sneaky trick.
So, boy, well done, Darren. Well done.
Excellent, Darren.
Yeah,
excellent.
Congrats. And this made all of us proud. None can make a coach proud than this. You know this one. That when you sit down and watch games like this, I think I jumped out of my seat. So, guys, before I let Warren leave you with his final little nugget, I've been seeing that word going around. Remember, tomorrow is top of the table clash in the South American League, PCI against the Costa Rican team. And Warren, one of the things about a game, a week of celebrating your Shane did it last week. I'm going to invite you at 7:30. Once you're not doing anything, to come and commentate that game. And the Costa Rican team is a revenge thing for us because they beat our Jamaica Rooks. And they have gone 9 matches with 9 wins. So we have 7 wins, 1 draw, 1 loss. They have gone 9 matches, 9 wins. And leading the South American League. So we come in fully stacked to beat them tomorrow. Definitely have to come beat them tomorrow. The team is ready. The young youth them ready. The guns are ready. So we have to take out a Costa Rican side. So tomorrow 7:30, hopefully me and you to commentate that game. On Wednesday, we'll premiere Walk Down Memory Lane. And Shane will be with us along with Kevin Brown, looking through the Jamaica's greatest games. We'll start with 3. Definitely going to look at it, and it will be a tribute to the great Robert Wheeler. So Shane has chosen his favorite games from Bob, and he will be coming to commentate those games and walk us through his favorite games with Bob. So not something to miss. That will be on Wednesday 7 o'clock, where we pay our tribute to him, walk down memory lane, and also to games by Sheldon Wong and Kevin Brown. So Warren, before you leave, what you have an audience here who all of them looking to be future masters. A number of them will have it in the next 2 years. I've told my students that the aim isn't to be you or me, the aim is to be better than us. That's why we coach them. We don't coach them to be to coach them to be GMs. What would you advise them if you had to give them one advice? What would you advise them to do?
Alright, there's so much advice to give in terms of chess, but let's stick to that one thing. I mean, as you know, I'm a coach myself. I mean, I'm in the We Chess Academy, and I've managed to have quite a few
master coach
in chess. And the one thing I always say, Kasparov, right, said it himself, that people tend to look for talent in chess as a sort of like chess related. Like whenever you look to see if somebody's talented, you look if they're spotting tactics fast, if their technique is good. There's a lot of things you look to try and recognize talent, sorry. Garry Kasparov said that the biggest talent in chess is the ability to work hard. It matters not how talented you are, how fast you can spot tactics, how your memory is good or anything like that. If you're not able to have a certain work ethic where you put in the work at your craft day and night trying to hone your skills, if you don't have that hard work, you'll never ever succeed in everything. And the times when we were playing our best chess, the amount of hours and stuff that we put in it, Jomo.
Yeah.
It's really about the hard work. Yes, okay, all right, we're talented. Yeah, all right, we're not too bad, right? But none of that success will come unless you put in serious hard work. And we need to stop lazying it out. I see a number of talented juniors that I think are lazying out their talent. I mean, I know it's fun and everything to be online every day, just playing Blitz and just having fun and everything. But you really will not progress in this sport unless you have the ability to do hard work. So my one thing that I've mentioned, there's a lot of chess things I could mention, but one important thing is try to focus on the ability to do hard work.
Yeah, well said. And I want to thank you, Warren, because this has been a pleasure. I walked down memory lane, boy, Warren, and for the people who have been honored to witness this, we thank you. This has been a pleasure. Guys, you saw it. You have seen the legend who is Warren Elliot. You have shared an afternoon with him, Monday nights with PCI, and this has been wonderful. Next week we'll have Dwayne Rowe, so be back next week for that. Remember tomorrow's the match against Costa Rica. Warren, I'll be getting Warren back here, just like Shane last week to commentate. I'll be getting Warren to come and commentate tomorrow on Wednesday Walk Down Memory Lane. Thank you for being here, and me, enjoy chess, and we talk. Thank you, Warren. Good night, everybody.